Chapter 21. Outer disciples used fine steel swords, while inner disciples used 100-tempered swords. This was the rule since the establishment of the Azure Edge sword sect. The 100-tempered sword was also known as the 100-tempered fine steel sword. In reality, it had not been tempered 100 times, but only 10 times. Even so, a fine steel sword after 10 times was several times stronger than a fine steel sword in terms of strength, toughness, and sharpness. Chu Mu's fine steel sword had already been worn down after many battles. Wu Chang's 100-tempered sword was infused with sword qi, increasing its power by several times. Under the inevitable head-on clash, Chu Mu's fine steel sword was broken, as expected of the 100-tempered sword. Throwing away the fine steel sword, Lin Yun held Wu Chang's 100-tempered sword horizontally in front of him. His sharp eyes slowly swept across the 100-tempered sword. There were countless cloud-like patterns on the sword. It was smooth and complete, without any signs of damage. As for the edge of the sword, there was almost no visible wear. It did not have any obvious effect on the sword itself. Chu Mu's sword observation technique had reached perfection. After carefully examining it, his fingers slowly brushed across the sword, and he could determine the exact length, width, and weight of the 100-tempered sword. It's twice as heavy as the fine steel sword, but it feels more comfortable. Lin Yin casually stabbed out. With a ripping sound, the sword light was dazzling. With a flick of his hand, dazzling sword flowers appeared out of nowhere. Lin Yin withdrew his sword, and the flowers slowly dissipated. A sword is a lethal weapon. No matter what language is used to describe it, no matter how it is categorized, no matter what name it is given, it will never change this fact. However, the better the sword, the better the lethal weapon. With this 100-tempered sword, I can easily kill someone at the 7th stage of the sword chi realm again. With a murderous tone and eyes, Lin Yin said, "Wang Feng, when I break through to the 7th stage of the sword chi realm, it will be the time of your death." Lin Yin's killing intent instantly swelled, filling his heart. His killing intent gushed out from his body, shooting straight into the sky. His long hair fluttered, his clothes fluttered, and his sleeves fluttered. There was no way to restrain it, and there was no need to restrain it. When he drew his sword, it was as if there was a gust of wind blowing over. His sharp killing intent filled the wind, and his sword danced with the wind. Stab, hack, chop, lift, point, collapse, lithe, swift and powerful, the combination of hardness and gentleness. The rhythm was vivid, and the killing intent was condensed within. One sword came from the east, and the other went from the west, like a flowing light and a flying phoenix. The steps and the body were one. The body was one. The form was one. The spirit was one. And the spirit was one. The three of essence, energy, and spirit were one, and there was only the sword in the hand, in the eyes, and in the heart. Sword, sword, sword. At this moment, he forgot about everything else. He forgot about the world. Only the sword remained in his heart. Chu Mu was practicing basic swordsmanship. He had been practicing it for 20 years, and it had become an instinct for him. Dazzling sword light shot out and intertwined with each other. Countless sword shadows blossomed with a chilling sharpness, covering the sky and the earth. The air was stirred and surged, gathering towards Chu Mu and the sword in his hand. At this moment, Chu Mu seemed to have merged with heaven and earth, and everything within a few meters was under his control. Unknowingly, the 100 sword was covered with a faint layer of transparent sword qi, flowing like water. Kill! With a low shout, all of his killing intent and murderous aura surged out with a slash of his sword. Amidst the sharp whistling of the air, a faint and almost transparent white sword aura shot out from the 100 sword like a crescent moon. Cold qi filled the air. Sword qi filled the air, and murderous intent lingered in the air. That sword wasn't the Qing Feng kill, but it was like the Qing Feng kill. In the blink of an eye, it streaked across the sky and struck a huge boulder not far away. With a poochie sound, The stone fragments flew everywhere. The sword chi collapsed, leaving behind a half-meter-long sword mark that was more than an inch deep. The sword light condensed, and the sword shadows scattered. His back was as straight as a sword, pointing to the sky. His aura was condensed like a sword, piercing through the clouds. A whistling sound rang out, as if countless strong winds were blowing from all directions. Chu Mu's black hair danced in the wind, and his robes fluttered. The sword's a weapon, and the sword is a killing technique. I really understand now. A trace of comprehension appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. His mind was as calm as water without any ripples. It was so clear that one could see the bottom. In the reflection, there seemed to be a sword image and a sword chi that was unparalleled in the world. Suddenly, a whistling sound exploded, as if it was an angry roar. The wind that blew over transformed into rays of sword chi that meandered like dragons. With Chu Mu as the center, the sword chi crazily rushed over, forming a tornado that was 3 meters long and swept Chu Mu up, communicating with the heavens and earth. The understanding in Xiao Chen's mind increased. In the clear water, the sword shadow became clearer. A clear cry rang out, as if it came from beyond the heavens, as if it came from the depths of his soul. The sword chi in Xiao Chen's dantian seemed to respond to an ancient call. It rushed out of his dantian, moving along his meridians uncontrollably. The sword chi that rushed into his body clashed with the sword chi that came out of his dantian. The sword chi in his dantian was wrapped around and intertwined with each other. You were in me, and I was in you, but they were clearly separated, speeding up the transportation. 1 minor circulation, 2 minor circulations, 10 minor circulations, 15 minor circulations, 16 small cycles. Xiao Chen's sword chi cultivation broke through again, reaching the peak of the 5th stage of the sword chi realm. 17th small cycle. Xiao Chen's meridians were swollen with pain, but they were protected by a layer of sword chi. 18th small cycle. With a rumbling sound, like thunder, the two intertwining sword chi separated. One went back into Xiao Chen's dantian through the meridians, while the other dispersed and rushed out of his body. The 3-meter-long tornado suddenly disappeared, revealing Xiao Chen's body that was as straight as a sword, pointing to the sky. After a long time, everything returned to normal. Xiao Chen slowly opened his eyes. A sharp and threatening sword chi shot out, piercing through the air. His mouth opened slightly, and his breath was like a sword. Sword Master. I have finally broken through to Sword Master and reached the realm of Sword Master. For a moment, Chu Mu was unable to express his joy or sorrow. It was as if he had a lot to say, but he could not find anyone to say it to. He did not know where to start. In his senses, the air that flowed past him was like a gust of wind that carried a trace of spirituality. It was like a small fish that shuttled back and forth nimbly between his fingers, fingertips, and in front of his eyes. He could even easily fiddle with it. I can control these sword chi. Xiao Chen muttered to himself. The air around him moved and gathered. His left index finger and middle finger were like a sword, slowly brushing across the body of the 100 refined sword. On the sword, a layer of almost transparent sword chi was attached to it, flowing slowly like a stream. Sword chi attached to the blade. This was the mark of a 7th stage sword chi realm swordsman, but he did it. He did it with the realm of a sword master. A sword master could mobilize sword chi, but where did the sword chi come from? It came from the air around him. In the eyes of a sword master, the gentle air that could be breathed could be turned into sharp and deadly sword chi. My cultivation has also broken through because of this. At the 6th stage of sword chi realm, I can move 18 small cycles. Chu Mu's gaze was deep as he looked at the misty sword chi on the 100 refined sword. The sword chi in my dantian is a swordsman's internal sword chi. The sword chi in the air is a sword master's external sword chi. I have both internal and external sword chi. At the 7th stage of sword chi realm, I can look down on it. Chapter 22. There were 3 lower sword sects in Qinglan Mountain: the Qinglan sword sect, the Qingfeng sword sect, and the Qingshui sword sect. In terms of age, the Qinglan sword sect was the oldest, while the Qingfeng sword sect and the Qingshui sword sect were the latecomers. In terms of overall strength, the Qinglan sword sect was more profound and powerful. Therefore, the Qinglan sword sect had always regarded themselves as the orthodox sect of Qinglan Mountain. From the headmaster to the elders to the disciples, they all felt that they were superior to the Qingfeng sword sect and the Qingshui sword sect. In the Valley of Beasts, the sun shone through the sparse branches and leaves on the ground, forming countless mottled silhouettes. 5 people, 4 men and 1 woman, walked in the woods. 3 of them were wearing blue robes and 2 were wearing brown robes. They looked young, less than 20 years old. Walking at the front was a male swordsman of about 18 or 19 years of age. His hair was tied into a crown, and he looked handsome and confident. He was tall and had a dignified appearance. When he opened and closed his eyes, they shone with a sharp light. He held a sword in his left hand, and the fingers on his right hand were slightly bent. He was obviously the backbone of the group. As for the other 4, 2 were on his left and right sides, while the other 2 were behind him. This time, if it wasn't for Brother Li's high cultivation level and amazing swordsmanship, I'm afraid not only would we not be able to defeat the Iron Arm ape, but we would also be killed by the Iron Arm ape. The female swordsman on the left said coquettishly. She looked at the male swordsman in front with eyes full of admiration and admiration. The female swordsman could only be considered good-looking, but her body was slightly more voluptuous. Her curvy figure was outlined by the tailored blue robes, which made her even more charming. The male swordsman in front had a smug smile on his face. Yes, Brother Li is indeed the last disciple of Elder Yao Ri. His Yaoyang swordsmanship has been taught by the elder to Deshang. At the age of 18, he has cultivated to the late stage of the 8th stage of sword chi. This talent is one of the best among the inner disciples of the Qinglan sword sect. The male swordsman on the right quickly added with a smile, if we were to compare the Qingfeng sword sect and the Qingshui sword sect, Brother Li's sword is enough to wipe out their inner disciples. How can Qingfeng sword sect and Qingshui sword sect compare to us? The leader of the swordsmen, Li He, spoke in a low voice with a hint of arrogance. One day, I will personally go to the Qingfeng sword sect and the Qingshui sword sect and wipe out all the inner disciples of both sections. I will let them know that Qinglan Mountain belongs to the Qinglan sword sect. Those 2 sword sects have no right to stay here. They must get out of Qinglan Mountain. That day, I held the sword for senior brother. The swordswoman said in a sweet voice, I'll wave the flag for senior brother. The male swordsman agreed. As for the 2 outer disciples of the Qinglan sword sect, each of them was carrying a large bag full of ferocious beast materials. They were here to do manual labor, so they were not qualified to interrupt. All they could do was to listen silently. This time, in addition to the mid-level ferocious beast, the steel-armed ape, there are several other mid-level ferocious beast materials. It's quite a haul, Li said to himself. However, the most important thing is that this sword chi protection secret technique is incomplete. Although it only has the 1st and 2nd level, it should be considered a mid-level secret technique. When the time comes, I'll make a copy and contribute it to the sect. I'll get a lot of contribution points to prepare for my breakthrough to stage 9 sword chi. Brother Li, there's someone up ahead, the female swordsman suddenly said. Gray robes the attire of an outer disciple of the Qingfeng sword sect. Li's lips curled into a cold smile as he strode toward the target. An outer disciple of the Qingfeng sword sect. Interesting that he's here alone. The male swordsman sneered and hurriedly followed. The others also followed with a trace of excitement. After killing Wu Chang, he was filled with murderous intent toward Wang Feng. Under the murderous intent, he had an epiphany of the Grandmaster realm and made a breakthrough in his basic swordsmanship. He was promoted to Stage 6 Sword Chi. Chu Mu found 3 Chi recovery pills, 2 blood-staunching pills, and some dry food from Wu Chang's body. Then he went to the stream again to get some water. Suddenly, he heard a series of footsteps behind him. When he turned around, he saw 5 people walking quickly toward him with a strange half-smile on their faces. They looked at him like hunters looking at their prey. Blue robes, brown robes. He thought for a moment and figured out the identity of the other party. Sure enough, some trouble is inevitable. Chu Mu's gaze first fell on the male swordsman in the lead. Then it fell on the male and female swordsmen in blue robes. As for the 2 laborers in brown robes behind them, he did not pay much attention to them. They should be 1 Stage 8 Sword Chi and 2 Stage 7 Sword Chi. Chu Mu, who had faced Stage 8 Sword Chi and Stage 7 Sword Chi before, made a judgment based on some details and aura fluctuations. Call the others over. He stopped 5 meters in front of Chu Mu. A sense of arrogance emerged between his brows. As if he was high above, he used a commanding tone to speak to Chu Mu. It was as if Chu Mu was his servant, and he thought that Chu Mu had companions. Hurry up and call them. Do you want me to teach you what to do? The male swordsman frowned when he saw that Chu Mu was unmoved. He took 2 steps forward and shouted with an imposing aura. Call them then. Chu Mu chuckled and said, causing the opponent's expression to change. His anger surged as he pulled out his sword. A snow-white sword light flickered as he pointed it at Chu Mu with a chilling intent. A mere outer disciple of the Qingfeng sword sect dares to talk to me like that? You really don't know what's good for you. Don't you know that the outer disciples of your Qingfeng sword sect are inferior to the outer disciples of our Qinglan sword sect? Even the sect leader of the Qingfeng sword sect has to back off in front of our sect leader. The male swordsman shouted. Today, on behalf of the sect leader of the Qingfeng sword sect, I'll teach you, an outer disciple who doesn't know any manners, so that you don't embarrass the Qingfeng sword sect. Although Chu Mu did not have much of a sense of belonging to the Qingfeng sword sect, the male swordsman's words made Chu Mu feel disgusted. A trace of killing intent spread from the bottom of his heart. Chu Mu did not suppress it at all and allowed it to spread. The sword technique Grandmaster's understanding was that swords were lethal weapons and sword techniques were killing techniques. This allowed Chu Mu's understanding of swords and sword techniques to become even deeper. Killing intent not only wouldn't make him lose his mind, it would make him even more powerful. A mere outer disciple can actually maintain such a calm state of mind in front of an inner disciple of the Qingfeng sword sect. Seems like you're quite famous among the outer disciples of the Qingfeng sword sect. The female swordsman suddenly laughed. Her face was full of interest. Could it be that you're Liang? Liang. Chu Mu thought for a moment and recalled that when he first entered the Qingfeng sword sect, he seemed to have heard of the number 1 outer disciple called Liang. He did not expect him to be so famous that even an inner disciple of the Qingfeng sword sect knew about him. You don't have to answer. I already know the answer from your eyes. You're not Liang. The female swordsman said again, the interest in her eyes growing. I didn't expect that there would be someone as outstanding as you among the outer disciples of the Qingfeng sword sect other than Liang. Although you're not as good as us of the Qingfeng sword sect, you're not bad. Come, leave the Qingfeng sword sect and join the Qingfeng sword sect. You'll get better training. The so-called genius of the Qingfeng sword sect is just average in the Qingfeng sword sect. He said, break his tendons and throw him back to the Qingfeng sword sect. Let the people of the Qingfeng sword sect know the consequences of provoking us. Yes, Senior. The male swordsman was very excited. He looked at Chu Mu as if he was looking at meat on the chopping board. Chapter 23. Kid, cooperate a little. Obediently stretch out your hand and let me break your tendons. The male swordsman grinned. Don't worry, my sword is fast and accurate. You won't feel pain. But if you resist, you'll know what pain is. Show me your sword. Let me see how good the swordsmanship is. Chu Mu looked indifferent and fearless. He looked straight at his opponent with a glimmer of light in his eyes and a hint of expectation in his tone. You're talking big. The male swordsman was angry. He shook his arm and the sword light flashed. The shadow of the sword danced, and a few strikes were aimed at Chu Mu's vital parts. The speed was not fast, but it was fleeting. It was like a few wisps of cloud spreading. It was the first few moves of the flying cloud swordsmanship. In the eyes of the two outer disciples of the Qinglan sword sect, who were working as coolies, these few strikes were the essence of the flying cloud swordsmanship. They were amazed and ashamed of their inferiority. If they put themselves in Yi Futian's shoes, they would not be able to dodge. As for Chu Mu, his expression was still apathetic. His eyes flashed with a sliver of understanding, and he didn't use his sword. Instead, he took 3 steps and, like a messy crisscrossing, he returned to his original spot and dodged the male swordsman's sword attacks. He dodged it. The 2 outer disciples of the Qinglan sword sect, who were at stage 6 of the sword chi realm, were shocked and could not believe it. Li He and the female swordsman were also surprised. Obviously, they could not believe that an outer disciple of the Qingfeng sword sect could easily avoid the attacks of an inner disciple of the Qinglan sword sect, although it was just the first few moves of the introductory swordsmanship. Is it a coincidence? They could not help but think, are you trying to embarrass yourself? The indifferent words caused the other party to fly into a rage out of humiliation. His face alternated between green and white. Being spoken to by an outer disciple of a sword faction that he looked down on was even more embarrassing than being slapped in the face. Since you want to die, I'll let you experience my fallen leaves sword technique. As soon as he finished speaking, he drew his sword. Light and shadow flickered, and each sword was swift and fleeting. Their trajectories were hard to track, and they were like falling leaves. A sharp light flashed in Chu Mu's eyes. They were as sharp as the edge of a sword. Under his gaze, Chu Mu could clearly see the trajectory of his opponent's sword. As for where his next sword would stab, Chu Mu was very clear. Chaotic steps and swinging willow in the wind allowed him to advance and retreat with ease. He nimbly shuttled through the fallen leaves, dodging his opponent's sword strike one after another. As a swordsmanship grandmaster, Chu Mu's swordsmanship attainments were even more profound. Even though this male swordsman's swordsmanship attainments were not inferior to Chu Mu's, or even slightly superior, he could not do anything to Chu Mu. Seeing that his sword light was unable to do anything to Chu Mu, the swordsman became anxious and used his killing move. In a split second, the flickering sword light turned into leaves that rustled down from the tree. The leaves were densely packed and covered the swordsman's figure, making it hazy. Good. The 2 outer disciples of Qinglan's sword sect and the female swordsman's eyes lit up and could not help but whisper. There was also a faint smile on Li He's face as he nodded slightly. As if encouraged, the male swordsman's face flashed a touch of complacency. The sword light turned and his swordsmanship changed. It was a bit more fierce. Take my endless leaves, rustling kill. Suddenly, the leaves spun and condensed killing intent. They were so dense that it was as if they were being blown by a strong wind. Each and every one of them was as sharp as a blade, rolling towards Chu Mu with endless killing intent. It was as if in an instant it was as if late autumn had arrived and it made people feel cold. What entered his eyes was the endless rolling leaves. He could not see his opponent's figure, nor could he see the sword light. He could not see the sword. Only the endless falling leaves were flying towards him. The killing intent was overwhelming and chilling. Senior Brother Lin's swordsmanship is amazing. The two outer disciples whispered in unison. Their eyes flashed with deep admiration. I didn't expect Lin Yiqiang to have practiced the fallen leaves swordsmanship to such a level. The female swordsman's mouth was slightly open, her full red lips forming a circle. Her eyes were wide open, and she looked very surprised. Immediately, her expression turned to pity. I'm afraid this outer disciple of Qingfeng's sword sect will end up in a miserable state. Junior Brother Lin has already mastered the essence of the fallen leaves swordsmanship. Li He nodded and smiled. There was a hint of admiration in his tone. He also thought that Chumu was done for. In the endless killing of the falling leaves, one's eyes had lost their function. There was no way to dodge, let alone resist. Even if it was him, he would have to use a stronger sword qi cultivation or a stronger swordsmanship to break through the opponent's move. Chu Mu, on the other hand, closed his eyes. The side of his face and ears trembled imperceptibly. It seems that he has given up on resisting. The female swordsman sneered. The others also thought so. I've already practiced the endless falling leaves swordsmanship to Desheng. Unless one's sword qi cultivation is stronger than mine, or their swordsmanship is stronger than mine, there's no way they can escape unscathed from this move. Lin Yiqiang also saw Chu Mu closing his eyes. He was full of confidence in this move of his. In his opinion, a mere outer disciple of Qingfeng's sword sect could only cultivate a basic swordsmanship. At most, he could cultivate a low-level swordsmanship. And the fall-in leaves swordsmanship was very powerful among the low-level swordsmanship. Clang! The clear sound of metal colliding rang out. It was melodious and ear-piercing. The brilliance of the swordsmanship bloomed as if it had grown thousands of hands. Thousands of swords shot out at the same time, stabbing, slashing, and slashing. Each sword tore apart a fallen leaf. None of them missed. All the fallen leaves disappeared. The two swords collided. Clang! 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 Sparks flew. Chu Mu slowly opened his eyes. He saw the two swords clashing. Behind the two swords was Lin Yiqiang, whose face was pale with disbelief. He stared blankly at him. Impossible! The female swordsman cried out in disbelief. Am I dreaming? How can he use this method to break through Desheng's endless falling leaves swordsmanship? Even Master would find it difficult to break through the killing move of a low-level swordsmanship with pure swordsmanship. Li He was far more shocked than the female swordsman, because his talent and swordsmanship were far above the female swordsman. He could see the instant confrontation more clearly, and because he saw it more clearly, he felt even more incredulous. It was as if he was dreaming. He had never thought that someone could cultivate basic swordsmanship to such an unfathomable level. Die. This man must die. Otherwise, once he grows up, he will definitely be a huge threat to our Qinglan sword sect. Li He narrowed his eyes slightly. There was a trace of murderous intent in his eyes. He had already made up his mind to kill Chu Mu. As for the two outer disciples of Qinglan sword sect, who were doing the hard work, they were petrified. This is impossible, impossible. Lin Yiqiang looked terrified. He stuttered and shook his head repeatedly as he retreated. He could not accept this result. He had painstakingly practiced Desheng's endless falling leaves swordsmanship, a powerful killing move. But it was broken by an outer disciple of a sword sect that he looked down on with his eyes closed. No, you're definitely not an outer disciple. You are an inner disciple. You are a shameless man. How dare you pretend to be an outer disciple? Lin Yiqiang pointed at Chu Mu as if he had lost his mind and screamed. The disciples of Qinglan sword sect are indeed extraordinary. This inner disciple swordsmanship is even better than the inner disciple of Qingfeng's sword sect that I killed before. If I had not broken through to the realm of swordsmanship Grandmaster, I am afraid that I would have to use the breeze in the face and dazzling breeze to break through his killing move, Chu said to himself. Being a swordsmanship Grandmaster had brought him a whole new world of swordsmanship. Although the opponent's low-level killing move was chaotic, it had no effect on Chu, who had used the sword listening technique. When Chu was a swordsman, he observed the swordsmanship of Deshang. When he was a swordsmanship master, his observation of the swordsmanship was complete, and his observation of the swordsmanship was a small success. Before he broke through to the realm of swordsmanship Grandmaster, his observation of the swordsmanship of Deshang was only a small success. As for the Sword of Will, it was only a legend. Chapter 24. Attack! Kill him! Li He yelled and pulled out his sword. With a flick of his sword, a misty sword aura swept out and a light red sword aura shot towards Chu. Its speed was extremely fast, and the air seemed to be scorched by flames as the temperature rose. The swordswoman also pulled out her sword and rushed out. With a shout, she used her movement skill and appeared on the right side of Chu. The sword light was like a blooming flower. Chu raised the corner of his eye. Just as he pulled out his sword, he used the chaotic steps and swinging willow movement skill to move quickly. The light red sword Qi slashed through. It slashed through Chu-Mu's afterimage and towards the stream behind him. A sizzling sound was suddenly heard as white smoke and water vapor rose in spirals, as if water droplets were falling on fire. Sword Qi release. It was the sign of a swordsman at the 8th level of the Sword Qi realm. What a strong Sword Qi! Chu glanced at the stream that was cut off after being hit by the sword light. The white water vapor that rose in spirals surprised him. At the same time, Chu decided to use all his strength to kill his opponent. The air around him surged and gathered. Chu-Mu's left index and middle fingers came together and quickly stroked the sword. In an instant, a layer of transparent sword Qi was attached to the sword and emitted a weak glow. A delicate shout exploded in his ears as the female swordsman's sword light blossomed like a flower beside Chu. He could see through the real situation with a single glance. The trajectory of each sword was clearly displayed in his eyes. With a stab, the sword light leaped like an electric arc, avoiding the opponent's sword and stabbing towards the opponent's throat. Chu-Mu's sword light was fast and sharp. The direction of the stab was even more tricky. The swordswoman's expression changed greatly, but she couldn't dodge. She could only watch as the sword light flew towards her. In the next second, a piercing pain came from her throat and blood spurted out like a fountain. The swordswoman's 100 refined sword fell to the ground. She covered her throat with both hands as blood dripped down. She stared at Chu-Mu's back and rolled her eyes. She turned around and fell to the ground. Junior's sister, Lin Yiqiang and Li He were shocked. Lin Yiqiang once again struck out with his sword, unleashing another move, Endless Falling Leaves. The endless falling leaves carried a chilling killing intent as they rushed towards Chu amidst the strong winds. This sword strike was even stronger than the previous one, and the killing intent was even colder. Lin Yiqiang had used all of his strength, leaving no room for maneuver. Chu-Mu's eyes flickered, as if they were covered with a layer of sword light. His ears trembled slightly as he slashed out with his sword. An arc-shaped sword light rushed forward, creating a cool breeze. As the cool breeze rose, the cool breeze moved. A killing intent was hidden within it. As it transformed, the cool breeze intensified, splitting into 8, dazzling the cool breeze. In the blink of an eye, Chu defeated Lin Yiqiang's all-out killing move. The sharp killing intent followed the edge of his sword. Chu and Lin Yiqiang crossed paths as they rushed towards Li He. Li He slashed out with his sword, and a faint red sword light slashed towards Chu again. Chu felt a trace of heat and danger. His footsteps were messy, and his body swayed like a willow branch, barely avoiding Li Hi's sword chi. Then he slashed out with his sword light, piercing towards Li Hi. Lin Yiqiang's feet didn't move as he maintained his posture of thrusting out his sword. His eyes were wide open, filled with confusion and fear. A thin line of scarlet blood slowly flowed down his neck. That was blood. Then, like a blood arrow, Lin Yiqiang's body slowly fell to the ground. "Kill!" Li Hi shouted, and a faint red sword light burst out from his sword. The red light flashed like ripples, and dozens of faint red sword lights were slashed towards Chu Mu. Every sword was filled with killing intent, and its power was amazing. It could easily kill a level 7 or level 6 sword Qi realm cultivator. However, Chu Mu was not an ordinary level 6 sword Qi realm cultivator. His sword could easily kill a level 7 sword Qi realm cultivator. Instead of dodging, he slashed out with his sword. The sword light split into dozens of sword shadows and slashed towards his opponent's sword light. The sword shadows collided with the sword light, and the sharp sound of metal clashing was dense. The two outer disciples of Qinglan's sword sect, who were acting as coolies, looked terrified. They kept retreating. A battle of this level was not something they could intervene in. "You killed 2 inner disciples of my sect. I will kill you with my sword chi to atone for your sins with your death." Li Hi attacked again, and the faint red sword light was densely packed. It was as if he had grown dozens of arms at the same time, waving dozens of sharp swords and slashing towards Chu Mu. His heart was filled with resentment, and he swore to kill Chu Mu with his sword. "From the moment you had the intention to kill me, you were destined to die." Chu Mu retorted. Under his gaze, the trajectory of the sword light was clear. Chu Mu slashed with his sword, colliding with Li Hi's sword light and defeating Li Hi's sword. Li Hi's sword was faster and more flexible than Chu Mu's sword. However, Li Hi's sword chi cultivation was much better than Chu Mu's. Every sword had a faint red sword chi and was very powerful. Every time the sword collided, Chu Mu had to deflect the force to be able to resist. This was brought about by his level of swordsmanship. The temperature of the surrounding air rose because of Li Hi's sword. When Chu Mu breathed, the hot air entered his body and he felt uncomfortable. If it was not for the external sword chi attached to the sword, Chu Mu's sword would have heated up and become difficult to hold after so many exchanges. Li Hi was ruthless. His face was ferocious, and the veins on his temples were throbbing. It was as if he was competing with Chu Mu. Every sword was faster and fiercer than the previous one. The temperature of the sword was getting higher and higher. Chu Mu's eyes were filled with a dazzling red color. Chu Mu's expression was calm as he blocked Li Hi's sword attack one after another. Li Hi's sword attack was unable to hurt Chu Mu. However, the huge difference in sword chi cultivation still made Chu Mu feel a trace of pressure. Although I don't know what kind of method you use to achieve the sword chi attachment at the 7th stage of the sword chi realm, your actual sword chi cultivation is only at the 6th stage of the sword chi realm. I don't believe that I can't kill you. Li Hi's expression became even more ferocious and furious. At the same time, he became even more fearful of Chu Mu's swordsmanship. This kind of swordsman who could fight across 2 levels was worthy of being called a genius. If such a genius swordsmanship was placed in his sect, it would be his sect's fortune. Unfortunately, this genius swordsmanship was in another sword sect. Moreover, it was a sword sect that had conflicts with his sect. No matter what, he could not allow this genius to grow. "Brilliant rising sun!" Li Hi shouted. The faint red sword chi instantly became dazzling. He raised his sword and the faint red sword chi surged. It was as if a red sun was slowly rising. It emitted a blazing heat that could burn everything. It was dazzling to Chu Mu's eyes. The heat was unbearable and unbearable. This sword attack had already reached the peak of low-level sword arts. It was close to mid-level sword arts. Compared to Dazzling Breeze, it was even more powerful. Chu Mu instinctively felt a sense of danger. He hurriedly used chaotic steps and quickly retreated. Die. Brilliant rising sun. Li Hi's face was completely red. His qi and blood were surging. His eyes were filled with anger. He was like a demon that was about to devour someone. He held the sword with both hands and fiercely chopped down. A red sun was rolling, emitting an even more terrifying heat. The surrounding air was completely distorted. The blazing red sun shot out from the sword and rushed towards Chu Mu. Wherever it passed, the ground was scorched black. The surrounding leaves and grass quickly withered. Chu Mu only felt that his hair was about to be burnt. His skin was unbearably hot. Retreat, retreat, retreat. This sword attack was too powerful. It had already surpassed the killing breeze. Chu Mu knew that even if his swordsmanship had reached the master level, he would not be able to break through this powerful sword attack with his basic swordsmanship. Wind-swinging willow and chaotic steps were pushed to the extreme by Chu Mu. It was as if Chu Mu had truly transformed into a willow branch as he wildly danced about, creating layers of afterimages that lingered in the surroundings. He quickly dodged to the side and dodged this dazzling red sun. The dazzling red sun rolled past him. Chu Mu only felt a scorching heat shooting from his shoulder. Half of his body was almost on fire. It was so hot that it hurt. The red sun rushed into the stream. A sizzling sound could be heard. A large amount of white steam rose into the air. A large portion of the stream was actually evaporated. Chu Mu was secretly shocked, but his hand movements didn't slow down at all. With a slash of his sword, the sword aura on the sword body instantly transformed into a transparent arc of light that shot out towards Li. This caused Li He to be shocked and hastily dodge. Chu Mu let out a low roar. A cool breeze arose, and a cold killing intent was hidden within. A light cyan cool breeze blew over, causing the withered branches and leaves to flutter. It blew Li Hi's black hair and clothes to flutter. His face was filled with shock, and he couldn't dodge. Under normal circumstances, clear wind absolute kill's power wasn't as strong as brilliant sun universal illumination. But Chu Mu used the mysteries of wind, and its speed was even faster. Li Hi, who had just dodged Chu Mu's external sword aura, was seized by Chu Mu in an instant. He couldn't dodge and could only take it head-on. He was directly struck by clear wind absolute kill and flew backwards. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and on his arm and chest a bone-deep wound appeared. How is this possible? Li Hi could not believe it. The pain in his body made him feel like he was dreaming. Chu Mu was extremely fast. He caught up with Li Hi. The cool breeze brushed past his face. There was no way to dodge or block. He slashed his sword across Li Hi's neck. Blood spurted out like a fountain. Until his death, Li Hi could not believe that he would die in the hands of an outer disciple of a sword faction that he looked down on. Chapter 25. Don't Kill Me. One of the two outer disciples of the Qinglan sword sect who worked as a coolie sat on the ground and stepped back. His face was full of fear as he begged for mercy. You killed senior brother Li Hi and his master, Elder Yaori. We'll definitely investigate. If you let me go, I will make up a reason and tell Elder Yaori that senior brother Li Hi was killed by a fierce beast. The other outer disciple had already been killed by Chu Mu and fell in a pool of blood. A swordsman should have a sharp edge and a proud character. Chu Mu looked indifferent, and his sharp eyes stared straight at the outer disciple. He was a little disappointed with the performance of the outer disciple of the Qinglan sword sect and looked down on him. At the same time, he did not think that letting the outer disciple go was tantamount to leaving himself a future problem. Even at this time, he could kill an 8th stage Sword Chi realm swordsman. However, every elder of the sword faction was a great expert who had surpassed the Sword Chi realm. No matter how profound his swordsmanship was, in front of a gap of at least 100 times in strength, the elder could kill him with a single strike. The outer sword Qi gathered and attached to the sword. Chu Mu's wrist shook and the outer sword Qi shot out. "No, Elder Yao Ri will not let you go." The outer disciple roared in despair as the outer sword Qi cut his neck. The wound was like a mouth and blood spurted out. He fell to the ground and died with a face full of fear and unwillingness. Next, it was time to harvest. After searching the 5 corpses, they found some good things. 4 Qi gathering pills, 8 Qi recovery pills, 5 blood clotting pills, and 1 Qi training pill, which was found on Lihi's body. In addition, he also found an old silk booklet. On the cover of the booklet, there were 4 mottled golden words. Sword Qi protection. After a little flipping through, they knew what the so-called sword Qi protection was. It's a secret method. It was very surprising. Sword Qi, swordsmanship, sword skills, body movement, and footwork were indispensable to a swordsman. The secret method was rarer and more precious, and often could significantly improve the strength of a swordsman. Sword Qi protection. Judging from the content, it is to use sword Qi to temper the body. When the skin and hair become transparent, it will naturally form a layer of invisible protective sword Qi on the skin to protect the body. Chu Mu muttered to himself, "It's a pity that this secret technique is incomplete. It only has the 1st and 2nd level. I wonder what level it belongs to." Although he was curious, this was clearly not a place for cultivation. Other than that, there was nothing else. After all, silvertails were not of much use to the disciples living in the sword faction. If they did not go outside, they would naturally not bring it with them. Then he opened the 2 big bags carried by the 2 outer disciples of the Qinglan sword sect. Inside were all materials from the fierce beasts, and they were all mid-level fierce beasts. The fierce teeth of the ferocious teeth wolves are worth more than the fierce teeth of the ferocious teeth wolves. The ferocious fanged wolf was a mutated version of the ferocious fanged wolf. It was a mid-level ferocious beast and was equivalent to a 7th stage sword Qi realm swordsman. Steel-armed ape hand bone, hemostasis flower, earth dragon root. The harvest of the disciples of the Qinglan sword sect was quite rich. Once brought back to the Qinglan sword sect, it could be exchanged for a lot of contribution points. Unfortunately, it was Chu Mu's. Here came the trouble. There were too many things. If he brought them all, he would not be able to go up the mountain. He had to discard some of them and keep the spiritual medicine and some smaller, fierce beast materials. After packing, it was a bulging bag, at least 40 to 50 pounds. Now, I'm at the early stage of the 6th stage of the sword Qi realm. With 1 Qi training pill and 4 Qi gathering pills, I can at least reach the late stage or even the peak of the 6th stage. After that, I have to prepare for breaking through to the 7th stage. The experience in the Valley of Beasts is over. Chu Mu said to himself. Immediately, he looked at the sword of 100 refinements in his hand. This sword has the symbol of the Qingfeng sword sect. Bringing it back will do more harm than good. It will bring me trouble. I can only discard it. He was satisfied with the toughness and sharpness of the sword of 100 refinements. However, considering the trouble he would face when he returned to the sect, he had to discard it. The sword of 100 refinements of the 3 inner disciples of the Qinglan sword sect is not bad. Unfortunately, I can't bring it back. Otherwise, the deaths of the 3 disciples of the Qinglan sword sect may be traced back to me. But I can't go empty-handed. Otherwise, if I encounter danger without a sword in hand, my strength will be greatly reduced. As he spoke, Chu Mu picked up a sword of the outer disciples of the Qinglan sword sect. It was also a fine steel sword. The blade was smooth and the blade was complete and sharp. On the guard, there was the symbol of the Qinglan sword sect. Chu Mu grabbed a sword of 100 refinements and scratched off the symbol. It looked like it was worn out and could not be distinguished. It's time to go back. He put the bag on his back and held the sword in his left hand. He strode forward and walked to the entrance. With my strength now, I can kill someone at level 8 Sword Chi Realm. Wang Feng's strength is also at level 8 Sword Chi Realm. It shouldn't be too difficult to kill him, but I'm still an outer disciple. Although I have the right to challenge the inner disciples, it can only be a winner and there is no rule of life and death. It seems that I can only wait until I break through to level 7 Sword Chi Realm to have a life and death battle with Wang Feng. I'm afraid that at that time, I won't have to take the initiative to challenge him. My strength will increase a lot. By then it will be easier to kill Wang Feng. When he walked past a few big stones, suddenly a strong wind whistled and a fishy smell hit his face. He saw a ferocious fanged wolf attacking him from above. Its mouth was open and 4 sharp fangs were protruding, like the tip of a sword. Chu Mu didn't even look at it. He put his right index and middle finger together like a sword. The surrounding sword chi jumped and gathered. He casually waved his finger, and a transparent sword chi shot into the ferocious fanged wolf's mouth. Blood splashed out. The ferocious fanged wolf screamed and flew to the side. It crashed into a rock and fell down. The ferocious look in its eyes disappeared and was replaced with fear. Chu Mu didn't chase after it. It was just a ferocious fanged wolf. To him, it was not a big deal. The outer sect disciples of the Green Edge Sword Sect really disappoint me. Out of the hundreds of outer sect disciples, you can't even find someone who can fight me. Even your so-called number 2 outer sect disciple could only take 3 of my sword strikes. Sigh! Chu Mu had just returned to the sword school. When he walked past the north district of the outer disciples, he suddenly heard such a loud voice filled with arrogance and disdain. He was startled. He looked over and found that there was a crowd of people surrounding him. Out of curiosity, he walked over. In the middle of the crowd, there was an open space of about 100 square meters. On the open space stood a young swordsman in a brown robe. The steel sword in his hand was pointed straight ahead. The person who was pointed at by the sword was a young swordsman in a gray robe. He was 1 or 2 years older than the young swordsman, half collapsed on the ground, his hands supporting him. His steel sword had fallen to the side. With the sword pointed at his throat, he didn't dare to move. However, in his eyes, there was anger and a trace of fear. I heard that there's someone called Li Yang in the Green Edge Sword School. He's the number 1 outer disciple. Call him out. At this time, another voice sounded from the side. It was also filled with arrogance. Chu Mu looked over and saw that it was another young swordsman in a brown robe. He was holding a sword in his left hand. His arms were crossed in front of his chest. His face was filled with arrogance. These 2 outer disciples of the Green Edge Sword School are too arrogant. How dare they come to our Green Edge Sword School and behave so atrociously? The outer disciples of the Green Edge Sword School were discussing among themselves. Their voices were filled with dissatisfaction. But his swordsmanship is so strong. Even senior brother Yang Yi couldn't take a hit from him. Yang Yi, the swordsman who was pointed at by the young swordsman, was at the middle stage of the 6th stage of the Sword Chi realm. He was quite famous among the outer disciples. Unexpectedly, his steel sword was sent flying by the young swordsman's sword, and he was knocked to the ground with a sword pointed at his throat. He didn't even have time to use his swordsmanship. Before Yang Yi, there were more than 10 disciples at the 6th stage of the Sword Chi realm who had fought with him. All of them were defeated with a single hit. Only senior brother Li Yang can defeat him. Make way, make way. Senior brother Li Yang is here. Disciples of the Green Edge Sword School, don't think you can be so smug. As the voice sounded, the outer disciples of the Green Edge Sword School were all agitated. They consciously made way for a young swordsman in a gray robe. He looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. His body was tall and straight like a sword. His eyebrows were sharp like swords, and his eyes were sharp. As he strode over, he naturally exuded a fierce aura. You're Li Yang? Looks like you're quite capable. I hope you won't disappoint me. You can take a few more hits from me and make me happy. The outer disciple of the Green Edge sword school, looked surprised. Then he chuckled and turned his steel sword to point it at Liang. His tone was threatening. "As you wish," Liang said. His voice was a little deep. He slowly pulled out his steel sword and pointed it at his opponent. His aura was fierce. A great battle was about to begin. Chapter 26. A gust of wind blew through the air, rolling up fine sand and dust. The sand and dust swirled and scattered, but it could not get within 2 meters of Liang and the disciples of the Qinglan sword sect. What a strong aura! Is this the extent of their strength? It's terrifying. This outer disciple of Qinglan sword sect is strong, but senior brother Liang is not inferior. I don't even have the courage to use my sword against them. Yang Yi retreated to the side with a complicated expression. Among the outer disciples of the Qingfeng sword sect, Liang was the undisputed number 1, while Yang Yi was the number 2. However, Yang Yi was unwilling to accept it, and he worked hard, vowing to defeat Liang and become number 1. However, he was defeated 3 times by Liang, and each time he couldn't withstand more than 10 swords. It was said that after Liang had gone out to train, Yang Yi had also gone out to train. After returning this time, it was said that an extraordinary person had appeared among the outer sect disciples. Chu Mu. He had easily defeated Wang Lei and had even exchanged a few blows with the inner sect disciple senior brother Shao Qianfeng, who had the title of a sword genius and sword maniac, without falling into a disadvantageous position. He was even able to directly confront senior brother Wang Feng, who was at the 8th stage of the sword Qi realm. Especially after hearing that Chu Mu was the number 1 outer disciple in swordsmanship, Yang Yi wanted to challenge Chu Mu. He wanted to let Chu Mu know that he was not qualified to be called the number 1 outer disciple in swordsmanship. This was because Yang Yi had always been very confident in his swordsmanship, especially after going out to train. His swordsmanship had obviously improved a lot, but Chu Mu had gone out to train, so he could only wait in the North District. Hearing that Liang was back, Yang Yi's first thought was to challenge Liang again. He didn't expect that 2 outer disciples of Qingfeng sword sect would come and challenge him. They had already challenged the outer disciples of Qingshui sword sect, and now it was Qingfeng sword sect's turn. After more than a dozen outer disciples of stage 6 sword Qi realm were defeated with 1 sword, Yang Yi attacked. He thought that he could defeat his opponent, but he didn't expect to be defeated in 3 moves. Now, as soon as Yang Yi saw Liang and his opponent's fierce aura, he knew that the disparity between him and Liang had become even more obvious. The auras of these 2 people are indeed extraordinary. Chu Mu, who was in the crowd, took a look and said to himself, if he had the sword of 100 refinements, he would be able to fight against an ordinary 7th stage sword Qi realm cultivator. Remember, my name is Su Hualong, lest you don't know whose sword you will be defeated by. The outer disciple of Qinglan sword sect said proudly, Su Hualong, I will remember this name, because you will be the first disciple of Qinglan sword sect to be defeated by my sword. Liang did not show any sign of weakness and said in a threatening manner, very good. I hope you can still be so stubborn. Su Hualong sneered. With a flick of his wrist, the flower-drawing sword was unleashed. The sword light was sharp. Liang shouted in a low voice and thrust out his sword as well. The 2 swords clashed, producing ear-piercing clangs and sparks. Both sides exchanged blows. Sword light flashed and sword shadows swirled around, crisscrossing each other. Dense sword wind burst forth, and the sound of sword wind constantly rang out. On the ground, countless messy footprints and traces of sword wind appeared. What a fast sword! I can't see it at all. It's too terrifying. I can't even take 1 blow. Senior brother Liang has become even more powerful. This Su Hualong is also very powerful. He can actually fight with senior brother Liang to this extent. This Liang is quite capable. He can actually fight with Su Hualong for so many times without showing any signs of defeat. Another outer disciple of Qinglan's sword sect squinted his eyes. There was light flowing in his eyes as he thought to himself. He was a little surprised. One should know that Su Hualong had the title of the number 1 outer disciple of Qinglan's sword sect. A loud clang was heard. The sword wind burst forth, blowing up the sand and dust on the ground. The two figures separated and stood firm. They pointed their swords at each other from a distance. "Looks like you are indeed worthy of the title of the number 1 outer disciple of Qingfeng's sword sect. You are more powerful than the number 1 outer disciple of Qingshua's sword sect." Su Hualong's eyes had a trace of excitement, but his tone became cold. "However, I will use my sword killing technique next. You will definitely be defeated." Su Hualong's tone was full of confidence, as if it could infect others. "Your swordsmanship is also out of my expectations. However, it will end here. The moment I use my killing move, you will be defeated." Li Yang retorted sharply. Both of them stopped talking. The aura around their bodies became more condensed and sharp. A gust of wind rose out of nowhere and struck, forming a few small cyclones on the ground. "Why do I feel a little cold?" A few outer disciples tightened their clothes and said with a shiver. The others did not speak. They widened their eyes and stared without blinking, because they knew that Li Yang and Su Hualong were going to use their sword killing technique next. The real exciting scene was about to happen. "The sword technique that I am practicing is a low-level sword technique. Fallen Leaves sword technique." Su Hualong suddenly spoke again. His voice became cold and murderous, as if it was autumn. "The sword technique that I am practicing is a low-level sword technique, Rising Sun sword technique." Li Yang also spoke. There was a trace of warmth in his tone. "Let's decide the winner with one strike." Su Hualong and Li Yang spoke at the same time. Suddenly a gust of wind rose. Li Yang and Su Hualong drew their swords at the same time. A pale red round sun emitted a faint red glow from the tip of Li Yang's sword. It was like the rising sun in the sky, emitting warmth and dispelling the chill of autumn. It made people feel dazzling and warm. "It's here! Senior brother Li Yang's Rising Sun sword technique." The outer disciples of Qingfeng's sword sect were excited. On the other side, as Su Hualong drew his sword, the fallen leaves swirled in the air. It made people feel a chill, and they couldn't help but shiver. Hualong's fallen leaves swordsmanship has long been mastered. Even many of the senior brothers at the 7th stage of the Sword Qi realm are not as good as Hualong in the fallen leaves swordsmanship. Another outer disciple of the Qinglan sword sect whispered. "Rising Sun!" Li Yang shouted loudly. His voice was like a thunderclap. The light red sun rolled forward like the rising sun rising into the sky. Its color gradually deepened, and the temperature it emitted rose rapidly. It showed signs of turning into a scorching sun. "It's so hot." The real killer move has appeared. The outer disciples of Qingfeng's sword sect were even more excited. "Endless falling leaves kill," Su Hualong shouted in a low voice. With a turn of the sword light, the falling leaves seemed to be blown by a strong wind and rushed forward with a whistling sound. Each and every one of them carried a fierce, murderous intent, but they were all aimed at Li Yang. The chill of late autumn arrived. It was hot and cold at the same time. It made the outer disciples of Qingfeng's sword sect retreat before they felt better. "It's more exquisite than the inner disciple of Qinglan's sword sect that I killed," Chu Mu said to himself as he saw the endless falling leaves. The scorching sun and the endless falling leaves clashed. Under the high temperature of the sun, the falling leaves were burned and turned into ashes. Under the impact of the endless falling leaves, the temperature of the sun decreased rapidly and its volume shrunk. Liang and Su Hualong looked calm, but the fluctuation in their eyes revealed the nervousness in their hearts. Success or failure depended on the sword. In the end, the endless falling leaves were about to scatter and the rising sun shrunk to the size of a fingernail. Finally, it was extinguished. "You've lost." The 3 words knocked heavily on Liang's heart and made him look pale. The corners of Su Hualong's mouth curled up into a smile. The last leaf followed the tip of his sword and flew towards Liang. It stopped at Liang's throat. With a light push, the sharp sword tip would pierce into Liang's throat and kill him. Among the outer disciples of Qingfeng's sword sect, no one is a match for me. Liang, you, the number 1 outer disciple, is nothing more than this. Su Hualong sheathed his sword, and his expression became even more arrogant. The arrogance between his brows was overbearing. Liang's face was pale, and his eyes dimmed. He didn't say a word and slowly retreated. He had lost. He thought that after his cultivation had reached the peak of sword chi realm and his swordsmanship had become more profound, Desheng would be able to defeat his opponent. He didn't expect that he would lose. A loss was a loss. Liang didn't find any excuses. Qingfeng's sword sect is still not as good as us Qinglan sword sect. We are the orthodox sect of Qinglan Mountain. Another outer disciple of Qinglan sword sect laughed proudly. Today, I'll sweep through the outer sect of Qingfeng sword sect. In the future, I'll sweep through the inner sect of Qingfeng sword sect. Su Hualong said proudly, "You're too arrogant. There's still one more outer disciple among us." An outer disciple shouted anxiously, "Oh, who else is there?" Su Hualong showed a look of disdain. "Chu Mu, the number 1 outer disciple in swordsmanship. If he's here, you're definitely not his opponent." This Qingfeng sword sect's outer sect disciple, in a moment of panic, suddenly thought of Chu Mu and didn't think too much before yelling out. However, when he came back to his senses, his face turned pale because he knew that Chu Mu was only at the 4th stage of the sword chi realm. Although he didn't know why he hadn't seen Chu Mu for more than 10 days, it would be good if his cultivation base could improve a little after 10 days of cultivation. How could it be compared to sword chi realm level 6? And such a battle wasn't just a battle of swordsmanship. There was also a battle of sword chi. Moreover, after witnessing Su Hualong's swordsmanship, the outer disciples of Qingfeng's sword sect didn't think that Chu Mu's swordsmanship could win against his opponent. But for the sake of his face, this outer disciple could only say so. Anyway, he felt that since Chu Mu had disappeared for more than 10 days, he shouldn't be around. Even if Su Hualong wanted to find him, he wouldn't be able to do so. Chu Mu? I've never heard of him. He's just a nobody. But even if he were to appear, I'll defeat him with a single sword and let him know what swordsmanship is. Su Hualong said arrogantly. He didn't put Chu Mu in his eyes at all. Is that so? I'm right here. Bring out your sword. Let me know what swordsmanship is. Suddenly, an indifferent voice was heard. A figure in a gray robe walked out from the crowd. He put down his big bag gently and walked towards Su Hualong step by step. Initially, Chu Mu didn't have a good impression of the disciples of Qingfeng's sword sect. Now that he heard their arrogant words, he walked out without hesitation. He was a swordsman. He had the pride of a swordsman. He was a swordsman. He had the edge of a swordsman. There was no need for him to hide or suppress himself. It's really Chu Mu. After disappearing for more than 10 days, he has appeared again. Look, that bag seems to have a lot of things. Could he have gone to the 100 Beasts Valley to train? How is that possible? Chu Mu's cultivation is only at stage 4 Sword Chi Realm. How could he have gone to the 100 Beasts Valley to train? I hope he won't lose too badly. Obviously, these outer disciples didn't have any hope for Chu Mu. He's Chu Mu. Li Yang and Yang Yi's eyes fell on Chu Mu's face. They felt that Chu Mu wasn't simple. He wasn't like what the other outer disciple said. You're Chu Mu? Su Hualong looked at the person in front of him and chuckled. His tone was a little contemptuous. "I'll let you make the first move. Draw your sword. I'll defeat you with just one move." Chu Mu's tone was very indifferent and powerful. Everyone was stunned when they heard it. Su Hualong and the other outer disciple of Qing Feng's sword sect were stunned at first. Then they burst into laughter. They laughed so hard that they almost cried. Anger surged in Yang Yi and Liang's eyes. Then they turned gloomy and disappointed. They were disappointed with Chu Mu. Originally, they still had some hope for Chu Mu. Now that they heard Chu Mu's words, they were completely disappointed. With a clang, Su Hualong unsheathed his sword. With the sword in his hand, his expression changed. His sharp eyes stared at Chu Mu. "You're very interesting, but once I make the first move, I won't hold back," Su Hualong said coldly. "Pay attention. I'm going to make the first move," Chu Mu reminded in a friendly manner. In a split second, he unsheathed his sword light and thrust it towards Su Hualong. Su Hualong just reacted and quickly thrust out his sword light to block the attack. However, the sword light quickly converged and Chu Mu sheathed his sword, causing Su Hualong's sword to miss. Chu Mu turned around and walked towards the bag. Su Hualong thrust his sword towards Chu Mu's back. It was shocking. However, Chu Mu seemed to have eyes on his back. His body swayed and Su Hualong's sword missed. When he was about to make another move, Su Hualong felt a sharp pain in his throat. He stretched out his hand to touch his throat and looked at it. He was stunned and dumbfounded. The others, including the other outer disciple of Qing Lan's sword sect, Yang Yi, Liang, and others, were all staring at Su Hualong's throat. They were in disbelief because there was a scarlet red spot on Su Hualong's throat. That was blood. Chapter 27. A swordsman also paid attention to cultivating one's body and mind. Swordsmanship cultivated one's character and life. In their dictionary, there was no such thing as pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, nor was there such a thing as keeping a low profile. What was a sword? Straight, sharp, both hard and soft. No matter which point it was, a sword was still a sword. Sharpness was indispensable. A sword without sharpness was just a piece of scrap iron. A swordsman was just like a sword. They also had sharpness. The more profound the swordsman's attainment in swordsmanship, the sharper the sharpness would be. However, with the advancement of the swordsmanship realm, the sharpness would be from the outside to the inside. It was just like a sword being sheathed in its scabbard, returning to its original state. However, it did not mean that it would lose its sharpness. Once provoked, this sharpness would be displayed without hesitation. Therefore, on earth, knowledgeable people were not willing to offend a swordsman. This was because when a swordsman was enraged, he would pull out his sword and kill. Of course, it was not to say that swordsmen were a group of boorish men. In fact, they were a group of wise men with a sharp edge. They had their own unique wisdom. Similarly, as a swordsman, one must have a sharp edge in order to advance bravely. If one lost his sharpness, he would become a piece of scrap iron and would no longer be qualified to be called a swordsman. Chu Mu's sword left a scarlet mark on Su Hualong's throat at an incredible speed. It only pierced the skin of Su Hualong's throat. This meant that as long as Chu Mu was willing, he could kill Su Hualong with a single sword. However, to Chu Mu, Su Hualong was too weak. He didn't even have the qualifications to be Chu Mu's opponent. If not for Su Hualong's arrogant words pointing at Chu Mu wouldn't have taught him a lesson. Moreover, if he killed Su Hualong, there was no guarantee that Qing Lan's sword sect would not use this as an excuse to create trouble. For Chu Mu, such trouble should be avoided as much as possible. Chu Mu did not know what kind of storm his sword had stirred up in the hearts of the crowd. Su Hualong left Qing Feng sword sect dejectedly. As for the outer sect, disciples of Qing Feng's sword sect, each and every one of them were extremely excited and agitated. However, they did not know how to vent their emotions. All they could do was to laugh, shout, jump, draw their swords, and dance around. Yang Yi and Liang looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Originally, they wanted to teach this Chumu a lesson and let him understand that the title of #1 in swordsmanship among the outer court disciples was not something that anyone could bear. But now, after seeing Chumu's unfathomable swordsmanship, they felt a chill run down their spines, and they felt a lingering fear. Their bodies broke out in cold sweat, and their faces became even paler. This wasn't just the #1 outer court disciple in swordsmanship. It was more like Chumu had the title of #1 outer court disciple. The shock they received was no less than Su Hualong's. They immediately felt disheartened. They felt that what was the use of practicing swordsmanship for so many years? No matter what, Chumu, who had disappeared for more than 10 days, announced his return to the outer sect disciples with a transcendent attitude. First place. Only the title of #1 outer court disciple is worthy of Chumu. That's right. Senior brother Yang Yi and senior brother Liang were both defeated. However, Chumu only used one sword to defeat his opponent. That arrogant Su Hualong did not even have the chance to resist. If it's not #1, then what is it? Shut up. Senior brother Liang is the #1 outer court disciple. Su Hualong only won by half a move against senior brother Liang by luck. Immediately, a loyal supporter of Liang retorted, "That's right. If senior brother Liang and Su Hualong were to fight again, the winner would definitely be senior brother Liang. Then let senior brother Liang say it himself." Once those words were spoken, everyone immediately looked at Liang. Liang smiled bitterly and said, "Chumu's swordsmanship is far above mine. That sword was too fast. Even if I was prepared, I would not be able to block or dodge it. Moreover, Chumu's cultivation is not at the 4th stage of the sword chi realm. He might have reached the 6th stage. Therefore, he deserves the title of #1 outer court disciple." #1 outer court disciple. Well deserved. Even Liang, who had been regarded as the #1 outer court disciple in recent years, said that Chumu deserved the title of #1 outer court disciple. The others could no longer say anything to refute. They recalled Chumu's sword. It was extremely breathtaking and unfathomable. Each and every one of them admired him from the bottom of their hearts. Carrying a huge bag, Chumu once again arrived at the Internal Affairs Hall. Coincidentally, he bumped into Deacon Wen from before. You've actually reached the 6th stage of the sword chi realm." Deacon Wen's stubby and fat finger pointed at Chumu. He stuttered as if he had seen a ghost. He still had an impression of Chumu. 10 days ago, he was still at the 4th stage of the sword chi realm. Now he had actually reached the 6th stage of the sword chi realm. How could he not be shocked by such speed of improvement? Without waiting for Chumu to reply, Deacon Wen's white and fat face revealed a strange expression as he said, "These? Could they be materials from fierce beasts? Could it be that you went to the 100 Beasts Valley to train? I was lucky to obtain the 3 Suns fruit, so I broke through to the 6th stage." Chumu smiled and said, "You actually obtained the 3 Suns fruit. Your luck is really too good." Deacon Wen smiled bitterly and said, "Let me bring you to exchange for contribution points." As he spoke, he brought Chumu to the hall that specialized in exchanging contribution points. The person in charge of exchanging contribution points was surnamed Yang. Chumu had to call him Deacon Yang. Deacon Yang was different from Deacon Wen. He was dark and skinny, and did not speak or smile much. "Old Yang, you have to count properly. You can't miss anything," Deacon Wen said with a smile. There was a hidden meaning in his words. Usually, they would observe people's expressions and embezzle some to fill their own pockets. However, they also had to look at the other party. When Deacon Wen said this, Deacon Yang naturally thought that Chumu had a great background and could not be easily offended. However, he was the same as Deacon Wen. After seeing that Chu Mu's cultivation was only at the 6th stage of the sword chi realm, he thought that the things in this big bag must be very ordinary. For example, some low-level ferocious beast materials, and so on. Chu Mu put down the big bag, untied it, and handed it to Deacon Yang to count. Deacon Wen also helped by the side. What is this? The ferocious teeth of the ferocious fanged wolves. There are actually so many of them. Deacon Wen grabbed a few ferocious teeth and was a little surprised. 10 ferocious teeth can be exchanged for 1 contribution point. Count how many there are. Deacon Yang said and counted the other things. 100. There are exactly 100 ferocious teeth. It's exactly 10 contribution points. Deacon Wen finished counting quickly and looked at Chu Mu with a strange expression. The ferocious fanged wolves were low-level ferocious beasts. Their strength was slightly stronger than the average 6th stage of the sword chi realm. A ferocious fanged wolf had 4 ferocious teeth. In other words, Chu Mu had to kill 25 ferocious fanged wolves. This number was very difficult for a swordsman at the 6th or even 5th stage of the sword chi realm. There are ferocious teeth? These are the ferocious teeth of the ferocious fanged wolves. Deacon Yang was shocked when he recognized them. He and Deacon Wen both looked at Chu Mu with a shocked expression. The ferocious fanged wolves and ferocious fanged wolves only differed by 1 word, but there was a huge difference in strength. A ferocious fanged wolf could easily kill a ferocious fanged wolf. 3 suns grass, hemostasis flower, earth dragon root. What is this? It's actually the arm bone of a steel-armed ape. How is this possible? A steel-armed ape is a ferocious beast that is equivalent to an 8th stage sword chi realm swordsman. Moreover, an average 8th stage sword chi realm swordsman is no match for it. Deacon Yang exclaimed loudly. Deacon Wen looked at Tang Fan with a strange expression, as if he was looking at a monster. I picked these up. Chu Mu smiled and said, Picked up. The corners of Deacon Wen and Deacon Yang's eyes twitched as they cursed Chu Mu in their hearts. After calculating, these items can be exchanged for a total of 68 contribution points. Calculating it as a round number, it's 70 contribution points. Junior brother, please give me your disciple's sword tablet. Attendant Yang said. His heart was still shocked, but he didn't forget to befriend Chu Mu. Thank you, senior brother. Chu Mu took out his disciple's sword token and handed it over with a smile. Deacon Yang took it and transferred 70 contribution points to Chu Mu. Chu Mu said his goodbyes and left. Deacon Wen and Deacon Yang looked at Chu Mu's back as he left. They looked at each other and smiled. Their intuition told them that their junior brother's name would shake the entire sword faction. Chapter 28. The world was still dark and the sun had not risen yet. The darkness before dawn made the air cold. The door of a wooden house opened gently and a figure walked out. His footsteps were very light, as if he was floating out. After more than 10 days of training in the 100 Beast Valley, he had experienced many battles of life and death. He had obtained the 3 sun fruit, which allowed his sword cultivation to break through to level 6. He also understood the essence of the sword is a weapon and the swordsmanship is the art of killing. Thus, he had broken through to the realm of swordsmanship. After the baptism of blood, Chu Mu's swordsmanship had not only increased greatly, but his own breath had also undergone subtle changes. Right now, he looked like an ordinary outer sect disciple. There was nothing special about him. However, that was because he had returned to his original state. If anyone treated him as an ordinary outer sect disciple, they would definitely regret it. As soon as he returned to the sword faction, he defeated the arrogant and powerful Su Hualong, the number 1 outer disciple of the Qinglan sword faction, with a stunning sword strike. After leaving a lot of shock, he went to the Internal Affairs Hall to exchange for contribution points, leaving Deacon Wen and Deacon Yang in shock. After returning to the wooden house, he closed the door and thought about the experience. Finally, he washed up and had a good sleep. His fatigue was washed away as if dust had been removed. He was full of vitality and vitality. His biological clock woke him up early. After washing up, he was full of energy. He took dry food and a fine steel sword and left the wooden house. He planned to go to the cliff and continue to practice. Practicing swordsmanship was like sailing against the current. If one did not advance, one would fall behind. If one wanted to achieve extraordinary achievements in swordsmanship, one must seize every moment to practice and accumulate for a long time. At this moment, the other outer sect disciples were still in deep sleep. They were tightly wrapped in their blankets and immersed in their sweet dreams. Many outer sect disciples dreamt that they had become like Chu Mu, unleashing their invincible might with a single sword from the east. They couldn't help but let out a chuckle. In the past, it would take a little more than a quarter of an hour for an outer court disciple to walk from the North District to the precipice. However, this time he was not in a hurry. Instead, he walked slowly and leisurely. As he walked, he looked at the scenery on both sides. Even though it was still a little dark, Chu Mu's eyes were shining brightly. He could still see the scenery on both sides of him clearly. Now that he had become a swordsmanship master, he felt that everything he saw was different from what he saw before he became a swordsmanship master. However, he could not tell exactly what was different. He just felt that everything seemed to have become more spiritual. As the saying goes, it is better to travel 10,000 miles than to read 10,000 books. Sometimes walking was also a kind of cultivation, especially after experiencing the wind and rain. There was a different kind of feeling. It was like the path of life, and the more one walked, the more exciting it became. Passing through the underbrush and the small passageway, he once again arrived at the precipice. The pine tree was still standing tall, as if it had never changed since ancient times. After more than 10 days, the grass outside seemed to be thicker, but the cliff was still the cliff, and the precipice was still the precipice. The sword Qi left by Chu Mu on the precipice was still clear. Facing the cloud sea was a sea of clouds. In the darkness, the cloud sea was still sleeping, motionless and without any ripples. A chilly breeze blew in his face, making his hair flutter. A trace of coldness spread throughout his body, making him more energetic. At this moment, he did not think about anything. He just stood there, looking at the sleeping cloud sea. As he looked, his eyes unconsciously closed, and the world disappeared before his eyes. However, the chilly breeze brushed past Chu Mu's ears, ruffling the hair on his skin. Chu Mu heard and felt it. It seemed that a vague outline appeared in Chu Mu's senses. It was like a three-dimensional pattern appeared in his mind. It was dark and blurry, and it seemed to be the cloud sea in front of him. Swordsmanship master. Small success in listening to the sword and touch the sword. However, at this moment, listening to the sword was close to Deshang. Touching the sword meant that he had learned the basics. Suddenly, a trace of scorching heat rose up, tearing through the darkness and piercing through the blur. He felt his mind shake, and all the scenes faded away like flowing light. He woke up with a start and opened his eyes. The red sun was rising, and the cloud sea was awakening. Taking a deep breath, he sat down cross-legged and took out 2 porcelain bottles. One of them contained the Qi gathering pill, and the other contained the Qi training pill. The Qi training pill that he poured out gave off a stronger medicinal fragrance than the Qi gathering pill, and its color was more vivid. He directly threw it into his mouth, and it quickly melted. After swallowing it, it immediately turned into a surge of energy, washing through his limbs and bones like a flood. He immediately channeled his sword Qi, following the path of the Qi cultivation sword Qi manual. The sword Qi circulated, and everywhere it passed, it absorbed the medicinal effects of the Qi training pill. The Qi training pill was suitable for swordsmen between the 7th and 9th stage of the sword Qi realm. Under normal circumstances, swordsmen below the 7th stage of the sword Qi realm would not dare to take it, because the medicinal effects of the Qi training pill was not something their meridians could withstand. Just like now, Chumu felt that his meridians were very swollen, as if they were about to burst. Luckily, after absorbing the 3 suns' fruit, the width and strength of his meridians had increased, and he was barely able to withstand it. 1 small cycle, 2 small cycles, 3 small cycles. Every time he channeled a small cycle, he would absorb a small portion of the medicinal effects, causing his sword chi to grow a little stronger. The swelling of his meridians would also weaken a little. After 15 small cycles, all the medicinal effects of the chi training pill had been absorbed, and his sword chi had clearly grown a lot stronger, reaching the late stage of the 6th stage and nearing the peak. There are still 4 more chi gathering pills, which should be enough for me to reach the peak of the 6th stage. At that time, it will be time for me to break through to the 7th stage. Picking up the other porcelain bottle, he poured out 3 chi gathering pills and threw them directly into his mouth, turning them into medicinal effects that rolled down his meridians. After 3 small cycles, the medicinal effects of the 3 chi gathering pills were completely absorbed. The number of cycles he could channel for the day had reached 18, and his sword chi cultivation had reached the peak of the 6th stage. He exhaled a mouthful of turbid chi, which shot out like a sword. The peak of the 6th stage. Next, I will be able to break through to the 7th stage. At that time, I will be able to apply to become an inner disciple. His expression was calm as he looked at the sea of clouds, as if he was dreaming. However, the 7th stage is not that easy to break through. Maybe it will be a matter of time, or maybe it will require some luck. I should cultivate my sword skills first. After he finished speaking, Chumu pulled out his sword and began to cultivate his sword skills. After a while, he finished cultivating and then practiced the flying cloud sword skill. After practicing it 10 times, he felt that it was different, as if it was more profound. Then he practiced the soft cloud sword skill, and finally the breeze sword skill. From the beginning to the end, Chumu practiced the swaying willow movement technique and the chaotic steps. After he finished cultivating, he sat down cross-legged and tried to break through to the 7th stage. Chapter 29. As the sun set in the west, the dim red light sprinkled on the ever-changing sea of clouds. The sea of clouds, which had been surging for an entire day, was about to come to an end. Gradually, like the sea after a storm, it returned to its calm state. A few strands of dark red light carrying traces of warmth traversed through the sea of clouds and landed on Chumu's body, covering his gray robe with a faint layer of red, making it seem like a dream. Closing his eyes, his calm face seemed to be covered by a thin red veil. The light flowed, and his expression was clear. 1 cycle after another, he carried the sword chi. A strand of sword chi came out of his dantian. Under the control of his mind, it slowly flowed along the path of the chi cultivation sword chi art. After 1 cycle, it returned to his dantian. After circulating in his dantian, it once again rushed out of his dantian and carried on. After 15 cycles, the sword chi once again entered his dantian. Faintly, it was a bit purer. Opening his mouth slightly, a white aura shot out like a sword, penetrating through the void and dissipating. Opening his eyes, a trace of light flowed through them. Relying on the chi training pill and chi gathering pill, I reached the peak of stage 6. However, after several attempts to break through to stage 7, I have failed. This is because the sword chi is not stable enough. I should first completely stabilize my cultivation at the peak of stage 6 before looking for a breakthrough to stage 7. Stage 7 of the sword chi realm requires sword chi to be attached to the blade. When the time comes, the sword chi cultivation will obviously increase. But right now, I can't think of any method. Let nature take its course. I can't force it. Staring at the sea of clouds in front of him, watching the sea of clouds slowly return to calmness, he collected his thoughts and took out a thin, mottled, ancient book. Sword chi protection. When he first obtained it, he only roughly glanced through it and did not go into detail. Now he opened it again and read it carefully. After reading it once, he closed his eyes and thought for a while. After a while, he opened his eyes and read it again. This time he read it more carefully and understood every sentence. Half an hour later, the sea of clouds had returned to calmness. Half of the setting sun had also disappeared into the western horizon. The remaining red light that shone down was like blood. Closing the book, Chumu raised his head and looked at the calm and dim sea of clouds. Let's start cultivating the sword chi protection secret technique. Closing his eyes, Zhang Xian cleared his mind of distracting thoughts. Then he circulated the sword chi in his dantian once more. Immediately after, a wisp of sword chi split into threads and spread out. Through the meridians, it spread to the muscles in the special way of the protective sword chi secret technique and squeezed into the muscles. The corners of his eyes twitched involuntarily, and his entire body trembled slightly. His muscles felt like they were being torn apart. The kind of pain was like many sharp knives cutting and strangling from the inside out of his body. This was a necessary step for the sword chi protection secret technique. After the sword chi was divided, it would enter the muscles through the meridians and squeeze out until it reached the skin. After a simple tempering of the skin, the sword chi would cover the skin and form a thin layer of invisible protection. He had already imagined that the sword chi would be very painful when it pierced through his muscles, but the pain now was beyond his expectations. Even with his strong willpower, he felt uncomfortable. In just a moment, his entire body was drenched in sweat and his face paled. He could feel his muscles twitching slightly. He had reached his limits, and he had no choice but to stop cultivating the protection of sword chi. The sword chi protection secret technique is much harder to cultivate than I thought. Frowning, Zhang Xian took out the silk book and flipped through it. He closed his eyes and thought, even with the strength of my soul and willpower, the first layer is already so difficult. If it was someone else, they would have probably fainted under this kind of pain. No, there should be a better way to cultivate the sword chi protection secret technique. This sword chi protection secret technique is not only lacking in the back, but also in the front. It's missing a part on how to get started. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. After cultivating the sword chi protection secret technique, it will form an invisible barrier on the surface of the skin. It will increase one's defensive power and overall strength. I can't give up on it. Since it's missing a way to get started, I'll find one myself. The sword chi protection secret technique uses the sword chi to penetrate the meridians and muscles and finally temper the skin. The sword chi is dispersed into a thin layer and attached to the skin, forming an invisible barrier. Although the correct method is missing, I have external sword chi. If I directly temper the skin with external sword chi and skip the internal sword chi piercing through the meridians and muscles, I wonder if it'll work? Zhang Xian stared at the contents of the silk book once more, studying the detailed steps of tempering the skin with sword chi. Internal sword chi focuses more on destruction. On the other hand, external sword chi can strengthen the body. According to theory, external sword chi should be more suitable for tempering the skin. Thinking of this, Zhang Xian no longer hesitated. He focused his mind and felt the sword chi within a few meters of him. Under his senses, the sword chi flowed clearly, just like flying swords. Shortly after, he began to control the sword chi and attached it to the surface of his body. Ignoring the gray robe on his body, the sword chi flowed slowly and vibrated according to the special law of the sword chi protection secret technique, tempering the skin. There were many secret techniques in the ancient sword continent. Among them, there were not many classifications. There were active, auxiliary, and passive ones. They could also be divided into attack, defense, amplification, and weakening. Strictly speaking, the sword chi body protection secret technique was a passive type of protection. That was to say, after mastering it, there was no need to deliberately activate it. This was because after tempering the skin would become accustomed to the sword chi, causing the sword chi to naturally attach to the skin. Once the skin was attacked, it would play a defensive role. Zhang Xian concentrated on mobilizing the external sword chi to temper the skin. The progress was abnormally slow because the range of the sword chi he could mobilize now was only 2 meters, which was too little. The sun set in the west, and a touch of darkness quickly spread from the horizon, swallowing the remaining red. Night fell, and the stars gradually flickered. The sea of clouds fell into a deep sleep. A chilly wind blew in from outside the cliff with a slight whistling sound. Strangely, when the wind blew 2 meters in front of Chumu, it seemed to be blocked by an invisible wall. It collided with each other and separated to the left and right, continuing to blow. However, his hair and clothes did not move at all. Stars filled the sky, and a bright moon shone in the sky. The moonlight sprinkled down, covering the sea of clouds with a thin layer of gauze. When it sprinkled on Chumu, it was strangely bent, like the refraction of light when it hit the bottom of the water. Chumu was still cultivating. After a while, the moonlight suddenly turned, and the strange refraction disappeared. The moonlight fell on his body, covering him with a layer of moon-white gauze, which was a little cold. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes, with a hint of a smile at the corner of his eyes. Sure enough, using external sword chi to practice the sword chi protection secret technique is not only feasible, but also doesn't have to bear the pain of the internal sword chi piercing and tearing my muscles. Now I've mastered the basics of tempering the skin. After 3 or 4 more days of tempering, I'll be able to master the first level of the sword chi protection secret technique. At that time, the skin will naturally form a layer of invisible sword chi protection. At this time, it was already late at night. It was time to go back and rest. Chapter 30. Chu Mu left early in the morning and returned late at night. He was as hardworking as a bee. He did not care about the rumors about him among the outer court disciples. He did not even know that his name had already spread to the inner court and left an impression on many inner court disciples. On the 4th day, as usual, before the sun had even risen, he stepped into the darkness and arrived at the precipice. First, he began the training of seeing the sword, listening to the sword, and touching the sword. After that, when the sun rose, he began to cultivate the origin-nurturing sword chi manual. He did not seek to break through, only to consolidate his foundation and completely stabilize the peak of the 6th level of the sword chi realm. Xiao Qin completed his 18 cycles of circulation. He exhaled a breath of air that flew out like a sword and disappeared. When he opened his eyes, they were like flowing water. After 4 days of practice, the peak of the 6th stage of the sword chi realm has been completely consolidated. The side effects of using pills to break through have also been eliminated. Next, I have to focus on breaking through. Staring at the slowly changing sea of clouds, Chumu said in a low voice, "But before that, I have to practice the protective sword chi art. Today, I will definitely be able to reach the 1st stage." Soon after, the sword chi attached itself to his body and slowly flowed on his skin, tempering his skin. After 3 days of practice, the tempering of the sword chi on his skin had become very simple. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Chen felt his body tremble slightly. The sword chi that was tempering his skin stopped and uncontrollably dispersed. On his skin, a thin layer of invisible sword chi was attached. "I've already reached the 1st stage?" Xiao Chen happily opened his eyes and pulled out his sword. He pulled up his sleeves and looked carefully. He could faintly feel a layer of invisible sword chi on his skin. Haha, the 1st stage of the protective sword chi art can block the powerful slash of a fine steel sword without breaking. He laughed loudly. This protective sword chi art is incomplete. It only has the 1st and 2nd stage. To reach the second stage, you have to continuously use the sword chi to temper your skin. This will cause the sword chi attached to your skin to become denser and stronger, achieving a qualitative change. Now that he had finished practicing the spirit-nurturing sword chi art and the protective sword chi art, Chumu began to practice the basic sword techniques. After that, he practiced the flying cloud sword technique, soft cloud sword technique, clear wind sword technique, chaotic steps, and swinging willow wind. Today's cultivation was especially fast. By the time he was done, the sun had yet to set. It is said that every sword grandmaster will create their own sword skill. Now that I am also a sword grandmaster, I should create my own sword skill, he muttered to himself as he stared at the changing sea of clouds under the setting sun. His gaze was deep and distant, as if he was deep in thought. Zhang Xian's thoughts were in a mess. For a moment, he couldn't think of what kind of sword art he should create. Chumu was not in a hurry. As far as he knew, the few remaining grandmasters of swordsmanship on Earth took at least 4 or 5 years to create their own swordsmanship. It was unlikely that they could create their own swordsmanship overnight. The setting sun became increasingly red, giving off a feeling of twilight. It was like an incomparably huge fireball, burning with blood-red flames, emitting blood-red rays of light, illuminating the western horizon red, as if it was dyed in blood. The changing cloud sea was also covered in a layer of bright red, which was extremely dazzling. After watching the sunset for a while, his eyes started to ache, but he still didn't feel anything. He then shifted his gaze and looked at the sea of clouds that was slowly calming down. He only felt that something in his heart seemed to be calming down bit by bit. As if he had turned into a statue, he sat cross-legged, with a fine steel sword on his legs. He stared at the sea of clouds without blinking until the sea of clouds completely calmed down, as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. Because the sun had completely set in the west, the bright red luster faded, and a touch of darkness spread from the edge of the sky, sweeping across the sky. Night fell. A strong wind blew, whistling with a hint of coldness. Chumu's black hair and clothes fluttered, but his body was still motionless. His eyes were still open, faintly shining, staring at the sea of clouds. He was not affected at all and was immersed in a unique state. The night was deeper, the wind was stronger, and the night was colder. All the outer disciples had fallen into a deep sleep. On the precipice, a figure was still sitting cross-legged, majestic and motionless, as if it had existed since ancient times. In the darkness, facing the sleeping sea of clouds, his eyes were shining like cold stars. The night was long and the night was cold. Unknowingly, the long and cold night had passed. The sky was faintly shining, like the belly of a fish. A trace of red light, full of vitality, slowly rose from the eastern horizon, sprinkling the light, waking up the sleeping sea of clouds. The sea of clouds changed again. A ray of the morning sun swept across the top of the sea of clouds, flew over and fell on the eyes. His eyelids trembled, and in his brain it was as if something had suddenly exploded, and a kind of enlightenment gushed out like spring water. Where his heart was, without any thoughts, he jumped up, unsheathed his sword light, like a rainbow cutting across the sky, turned into a wisp of pure white cloud, as if it was drawn from the endless sea of clouds, and surrounded his body. Flying cloud, sword technique. Soft cloud, sword technique. Over and over again, without thinking, without any distracting thoughts. Everything was done according to his heart, and he casually drew his sword. Cloud birth and cloud gathering. Flying cloud movement. Cloud scattering and cloud vanishing. Soft cloud, 3 turns, style after style was displayed. The killing moves alternated. Cloud scattering and cloud vanishing. Flying cloud movement. Soft cloud, 3 turns. Cloud birth and cloud gathering, wisps of cloud intertwined, and white clouds disappeared one after another. His figure disappeared, and only the white clouds remained. Under the guidance of a trace of enlightenment, the flying cloud sword technique and soft cloud sword technique had an unbelievable fusion. Gradually, the flying cloud sword technique was no longer the flying cloud sword technique, and the soft cloud sword technique was no longer the soft cloud sword technique. God knows how many times he had practiced, and the morning sun had turned into a blazing sun in the sky. Chu Mu withdrew his sword and suddenly stopped moving. His aura surged, and the cloud intertwined as he stared straight at the sea of clouds. Somehow he felt that he seemed to have comprehended some mysteries about the clouds, just like how he comprehended the mysteries about the wind. At this time, a gust of wind suddenly blew in from nowhere, causing a piece of white cloud to dissipate instantly. After the gust of wind, the white cloud quickly gathered again. Traces of cloud dispersed and gathered again, and the trajectory of the rotation was clearly visible. A cool feeling spread through his mind, and inspiration gushed out like spring water, breaking through the last layer of enlightenment. The sea of clouds in front of him seemed to be collapsing and twisting, quickly turning into nothingness. Suddenly there was an explosion like the Big Bang. His entire body seemed to explode along with it, merging with the surrounding sword chi. Waves of sword chi forced into him, and the sword chi in his dantian moved naturally, merging with the external sword chi in an instant. His meridians were forcefully expanded, and the blockages were also forcefully penetrated by the internal and external sword chi. The sword chi was unbelievably majestic, like the surging waters of a great river with horrifying waves. All the obstacles were broken, and the sword chi in his body was so strong that it seemed like it was going to break out of his body. He could not help but roar at the sky. The sword chi soared into the clouds, and the sword chime shook the 9 heavens. He turned around and stabbed out, and the sword chi surged like waves. A 2-meter-long white cloud spun out at an extremely fast speed and flew towards the mountain wall. It hit and exploded, turning into streaks of white cloud sword chi that cut the mountain wall, making a sizzling sound. The white clouds dissipated, and the sword chi dissipated. On the mountain wall, there was a hole that was about a foot in diameter and an inch deep. With the hole as the center, it radiated out in all directions. There was a series of 2 meters long and an inch deep scratches. There was still some sword chi left. The sword skills created by the sword masters on Earth are the use of external sword chi. The sword skill I created can use both external sword chi and internal sword chi, and it can also be combined. It evolved from the flying cloud sword art and the soft cloud sword art. I will call it the shocking cloud kill. The power at the center is not weaker than the killing breeze, and the sword chi at the edge is only slightly weaker. It is a middle-level sword skill, and it can cover an area of 4 meters in diameter, causing mass damage. Chu Mu looked at the sword chi marks on the mountain wall and said to himself, "Apart from that, I have also comprehended a little bit about the mysteries of clouds. Also, my internal sword chi cultivation has broken through the minor cycle and reached the major cycle. The amount of sword chi is twice as much as the peak of the 6th level and twice as pure. The difference is really big. After 2 days of consolidation, I can apply to become an inner disciple. At that time, Wang Feng will die." Chapter 31. Congratulations! From now on, you are an inner disciple. Take this letter of recommendation and report to the office of your choice of Soaring Wind Courtyard. Deacon Chen of Internal Affairs Hall handed a letter to Liang and said with a smile, "Thank you, Deacon." Liang took the letter and saluted before leaving. Not long after leaving the Internal Affairs Hall, Liang suddenly stopped in his tracks. This was because he saw a person walking towards the Internal Affairs Hall at a leisurely pace. It's him? Why is he going to the Internal Affairs Hall? Could it be that he broke through to the 7th stage of the sword chi realm like me? Liang was puzzled. He shook his head. That's not possible. Although his sword art is very powerful, it is said that he was only at the 3rd stage of the Sword Chi realm when he entered the sect. It has only been a month since he entered the sect. It is impossible for him to break through to the 7th stage of the Sword Chi realm. After all, it was rare for a breakthrough in sword art to lead to a breakthrough in cultivation. It was also rare for a person to continuously take pills, especially in the outer sect. With a stomach full of questions, Liang hesitated for a moment before he turned and walked towards the inner sect. He had already gone to the chore hall to meet Yan Quan. The application for inner sect disciple is here. Chu Mu carried a small bag with some necessities. He walked into the internal affairs hall and walked towards a corner. Other than exchanging pills and materials for contribution points, the internal affairs hall also had applications for inner sect disciples. A deacon with the surname Chin was in charge of it. You want to apply to become an inner sect disciple, right? Deacon Chin was a middle-aged man. He used the aura observation technique to check Chu Mu's cultivation. It was indeed at the 7th stage of the Sword Chi realm. Your cultivation meets the requirements. State your name and origin. Chu Mu, a direct descendant of the Chu family in Kaiyang City. Chu Mu said lightly. Chu Mu. You are Chu Mu. Deacon Chin was slightly surprised. He seemed to have heard of Chu Mu's name and could not help but take a second look. He had heard of Chu Mu from Deacon Wen and Deacon Yang. They had also heard of the incident where he defeated the outer disciple of Qing Lan sword sect, Su Hualong. Therefore, the name Chu Mu still left a deep impression on them. I am Chu Mu, he said with absolute certainty. Taking a closer look, it is indeed extraordinary. Deacon Chin smiled and said, There are 3 academies in the inner court, the Thunder Academy, the High Wind Academy, and the Blue Water Academy. The Thunder Academy focuses on the low-level sword art Thunder Sword Art. The High Wind Academy focuses on the low-level sword art High Wind Sword Art. And the Blue Water Academy focuses on the low-level sword art Blue Water Sword Art. I wonder which academy Chu Mu would you like to choose? Ling Feng Courtyard. Chu Mu had already thought about it. You also choose Towering Wind Department? Deacon Chen's eyelids moved, and he seemed to be a little surprised. It seems that this time Towering Wind Department will have one more genius. Before this, your outer disciple Liang also chose Towering Wind Department. Before Chu Mu could speak, Deacon Chen explained first. Chu Mu nodded and secretly said that Liang had also broken through to the 7th stage. However, Liang was at the peak of the 6th stage before, so breaking through to the 7th stage was not a special thing. Take this letter of recommendation to the office of Towering Wind Department and receive the relevant things. Then you can become an inner disciple of Towering Wind Department. Deacon Chen laughed as he gave a cyan letter of recommendation to Chu Mu. He also conveniently explained how to get to Towering Wind Courtyard. Thank you, Deacon. After receiving the letter of recommendation, he saluted and turned to leave. The 3 academies of the inner court, Thunder Academy, Towering Wind Department, and Blue Water Department, were almost equal in strength. The reason why he chose Towering Wind Department was because Xiao Qianfeng was in Towering Wind Department. The outer court disciples' residential area was at the bottom of Qinglan Mountain, and the internal affairs hall was in the middle. The inner court disciples' area was higher. It took nearly half an hour to walk to the inner court disciples' area. Strictly speaking, in addition to the 3 academies of the inner court, there was also the Qingfeng Main Hall. However, the Qingfeng Main Hall was not a place that could be entered as one wished. Therefore, to become an inner court disciple, there were only 3 academies. Towering Wind Department was located in the Eastern District. It was called a department, but in fact, it was just a name and not a fixed courtyard. There was a white gravel path that meandered forward. On both sides, there was trimmed grass. It was lush and green, and it grew very dense. When the wind blew past, it moved like small waves. Looking at it from afar, it was pleasing to the eye and broadening one's heart. Next to the beginning of the path, there was a 2-meter-tall brown stone tablet. There were mottled traces of moss on the stone tablet, which looked very old. On the stone tablet, there were 3 large green words: Towering Wind Department. Chu Mu walked to the front of the stone tablet. When he saw the 3 large green words, he seemed to hear the whistling of a strong wind. It was as if there was really a strong wind blowing past. In front of his eyes, there were also traces of green flowing past. The 3 large words contained a very special artistic conception. There was some kind of mystery in them. Looking at it carefully, it was as if 3 gusts of wind had blown past the stone tablet naturally. There was a kind of natural smell that made the 3 large words seem to come alive and turn into 3 gusts of wind to blow away. This feeling is really familiar. Chu Mu muttered to himself. This feeling was somewhat similar to the mysteries of wind that he had comprehended before. Gusts of wind blew from afar, causing Chu Mu's black hair to flutter and his clothes to flutter. Who are you? What are you doing here? Could it be that you don't know that outer disciples are not allowed to come close? Suddenly, a questioning voice came from behind, interrupting this mysterious feeling. His eyes flashed and the wind disappeared. The stone tablet was still the stone tablet, and the 3 large words were still there. When he turned around, he saw a disciple in a green robe holding the 100 refined sword. His nose was almost raised to the sky, and he had an arrogant expression on his face as he looked at him with an interrogating gaze. A new inner disciple. Chu Mu glanced at him and roughly knew what kind of character this person had. After all, observing a person was like observing a sword. Chu Mu replied indifferently, not intending to pay too much attention to him. A new inner disciple? Let me see your letter of recommendation. When the inner disciple heard this, he said with an arrogant expression. He stretched out his hand to grab the letter of recommendation in Chu Mu's hand. His move was sudden and fast, but Chu Mu's arm swayed and he dodged the inner disciple's grab. Oh, you have some ability. Remember, my name is Chi Bai. Now, I will teach you how to respect your senior brother. Chi Bai said and instantly pulled out his sword, thrusting it out. It was like a thin but sharp wind blowing towards Chu Mu's face. Chu Mu's footsteps were messy, and his body swayed like a willow, dodging Chi Bai's sword. Chi Bai was stunned. Although he only used 60% of his strength to teach this new inner disciple a lesson, he did not expect that he would be able to dodge it so quickly. One had to know that he was at the peak of the 7th stage of the Sword Chi realm. Chi Bai did not believe in heresy, and this time he attacked with all his strength. His sword was faster and the wind was sharper. He attacked 3 times in a row, each of them aimed at Chu Mu's vital points. Clang! Chu Mu unsheathed his sword. Like an illusory cloud, it snaked upwards against the wind, bypassing the 3 swords and going straight for Chi Bai's throat. Despite moving later, Chu Mu's sword reached Chi Bai's throat first, causing Chi Bai's expression to greatly change. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva with difficulty, Chi Bai stuttered, What do you want to do? You are too weak. Chu Mu said indifferently. He put his sword back into the sheath, turned around, and strode past the stone tablet. He walked into the gravel path and walked towards the towering wind courtyard. Damn it! Chi Bai clenched his sword, and the veins on the back of his hand bulged. He clenched his teeth so hard that they almost broke. No matter who you are, you have angered me. I will let you know the consequences of angering me. Chapter 32. Rush, rush, rush. Most of the pavilions had 2 floors. They looked similar but had different colors. Occasionally, people could be seen going in and out. Chu Mu walked to the front of the pavilion. That was the office of the soaring wind courtyard. It's him. He really broke through to the 7th stage of the Sword Chi realm. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Li Yang, who was not far away from the office, happened to see Chu Mu walking towards the office. He was dumbfounded. Then he smiled bitterly and shook his head, secretly. Originally, after he was defeated by Su Hualong, he was depressed. He only cheered up 3 days later. Using this opportunity, he broke through to the early stage of the 7th stage of the Sword Chi realm and used a few days to consolidate it. At the same time, his swordsmanship attainments also improved because of the change in his state of mind. He felt that with his talent, he would be able to pull Chu Mu far away from him after he entered the inner sect. However, he did not expect that Chu Mu would also enter the inner sect at the same time as he entered the inner sect. Li Yang suddenly had a feeling that he could not compete with Su Hualong. It was a huge blow. Chu Mu did not know that Li Yang was depressed. He walked into the office and handed the recommendation letter to the deacon. The deacon looked at it and carefully sized up Chu Mu. Then he turned and walked to the 2nd floor. After a while, he came down with a bag in his hand and handed it to Chu Mu. After the bag was taken over, the deacon rang the small bell beside him. The melodious sound of the bell spread out. Not long after, a young girl wearing a gray gown walked over. "Greetings, Deacon Wei." The young girl greeted the deacon with a sword salute. "Li Wei, from now on, you will be in charge of Chu Mu's life. Now, bring Chu Mu to the 91st pavilion." Deacon Wei instructed. Li Wei turned to face Chu Mu. After saluting him, she said, respectfully, "Yes, Senior Brother Chu. Please follow me." "Thank you, Deacon Wei." Nodding to the deacon, Chu Mu sized up the young girl. She was about 16 or 17 years old, with a baby face, fair skin, and a rosy complexion. She was petite, but her chest was clearly bulging. She was very well endowed. "Senior Martial Brother Chu Mu, if you have any questions, you can ask me," Li Wei said to Chu Mu while leading the way. She was a little curious and a little shy. "All right, let's talk about the inner disciples," Chu Mu said. "Yes, Senior Brother. The difference between an inner disciple and an outer disciple is not only the difference in strength, but also the difference in treatment." Li Wei explained with a trace of unconcealable yearning in her big eyes. "Senior Brother came from the outer court, so I won't repeat the treatment of outer court disciples. But after becoming an inner disciple, you can receive the 100 Refinement Sword. The quality of the 100 Refinement Sword is much better than the Steel Sword. In addition, you can receive 2 sets of green robes for inner disciples, the High Wind Sword Art, a book of rules for inner disciples, and a book of Qi observation technique. In addition, you can also be assigned an independent 2-story pavilion. You can also be assigned a sword attendant who is responsible for the maintenance of the sword, cleaning the pavilion, washing the clothes, and so on. You are my sword attendant." Although Chu Mu's tone was calm, his heart was not calm at all. He did not expect that the treatment of inner disciples would be so good. In that case, inner disciples only needed to cultivate well. "Yes, I am Senior Martial Brother Chu's sword attendant. Please take care of me, Senior Martial Brother Chu." Li Wei stopped and faced Chu Mu. Although she was a little shy, she still said seriously and saluted with a sword. "I'll have to trouble you in the future." Chu Mu also returned a sword salute and said with a smile. Between the pavilions, there was a gravel path that continued to meander upwards. In the middle, there was a huge circular platform made of grayish-white square stone slabs. It could accommodate thousands of people at the same time without being crowded. According to Li Wei, this was the place where the inner disciples of the Ling Feng courtyard practiced their swordsmanship. It was called the Ling Feng sword platform. Sure enough, on the sword discourse arena, there were a dozen or so disciples in green robes practicing their sword arts. When Chu Mu and Li Wei walked past them, they only casually glanced at them and ignored them. After walking past the Ling Feng sword discourse arena, about a quarter of an hour later, Li Wei stopped in front of a 2-story pavilion. "Senior Martial Brother, this is Building 91. Li Wei said, I clean it every day. I've cleaned it today. It's very clean." "Yes." Chu Mu pushed open the door and walked in. There were 4 rooms on the first floor. One was Li Wei's room, one was the kitchen, one was the bathroom, and one was the toilet, and one was empty. There was only a wooden ladder leading to the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor was where Chu Mu lived. The second floor was not only more spacious and bright. There was a wooden bed, a wooden table, and a long wooden chair. There was also a protruding platform outside, like a balcony. It was very big, and there were a few small wooden chairs. "Senior Marshal Brother, if you need anything, just call me," Li Wei said as she turned and went downstairs. Chu Mu nodded. After putting down the 2 bags, he walked to the balcony and looked out. He was facing a clear pond, and he could vaguely see fish swimming back and forth. Behind the pond there were piles of rocks. After looking for a while, he sighed a little. The treatment of inner disciples was very good. He turned and walked into the room, opened the bags, and took out the things inside. The bag he brought with him contained toiletries, underwear, and so on. As for the bag given by Deacon Wei of the office, there was 100 refinement sword, 2 sets of cyan robes, and 3 books. They were Ling Feng swordsmanship, aura observation technique, and rules of the inner sect. He first flipped open the rules of the inner sect and realized that most of the rules were the same as the rules for the outer disciples. Only a few of them had been modified, so it was easy for him to memorize them. After that, he flipped open the other 2 books and read them carefully. Perhaps it was because his talent in swordsmanship was very amazing, or perhaps it was because he had comprehended the mystery of the wind. But after reading the high wind swordsmanship once, he had basically grasped it. He was confident that he could master it after practicing a few times. Within 2 days, he could defeat Deshang. After reading the aura observation technique, he also knew how to practice it. It was not difficult, and he could master it in a few days. On the other hand, the aura observation technique only had one use, and that was to see through the cultivation of the target's sword chi. The greater the difference in cultivation, the easier it was to see through it. After becoming an inner disciple, I can go to the Sword Firmament Pavilion to pick a new sword chi art. Since it's getting late, I'll go to the Sword Firmament Pavilion to pick a new sword chi art tomorrow morning. Chu Mu muttered to himself. His face was cold, and a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. "Wang Feng, I'll let you live for a few more days. After I change my sword chi art, I'll look for you and settle the score between us." Chu Mu believed that Wang Feng would not give up so easily. Since that was the case, he might as well get rid of him once and for all. Perhaps the news of me becoming an inner disciple will reach Wang Feng's ears soon. Perhaps I don't even need to look for him. He will take the initiative to look for me. Shortly after, he drew his sword and started practicing the high wind swordsmanship. "Deacon Wei, I think you'd better tell me more about that person." Chi Bai stared at Deacon Wei in the office with a sneer on his face. "His information is right here." Deacon Wei helplessly took out the roster and flipped it open for Chi Bai to see. Chi Bai's cultivation was at the peak of the 7th stage of the Sword Chi realm. This kind of cultivation was nothing to Deacon Wei and could be easily defeated. Deacon Wei was afraid of the person behind Chi Bai. The 3rd senior brother of the High Wind Courtyard, Lu Zilong, was at the late stage of the 9th stage of the Sword Chi realm. His swordsmanship was exquisite and sharp, and he was also one of the disciples of the High Wind Courtyard. He had a high status in the High Wind Courtyard, and he was very protective of his disciples. If Chi Bai said a few bad words about him to Lu Zilong, he might not have an easy time in the future. Therefore, in order to avoid trouble, he still provided information about Chu Mu. Of course, it was all very simple information, such as his name, origin, and the building he was currently living in. It could be found with some time, so it wasn't against the rules. "So you're Chu Mu, the strongest disciple in the outer sect?" "Humph. Now that you're in the inner sect, you'll soon know how to respect your senior brother when you're in the inner sect." Chi Bai coldly snorted and said. He arrogantly raised his head and turned around to stride out of the office. Chu Mu! Although he's quite famous in the outer sect, many disciples who are known as the strongest in the outer sect have fallen silent and become mediocre after entering the inner sect. He's even targeted by a villain like Chi Bai. His luck is really bad. Deacon Wei put away the name list and sighed as he muttered to himself. Chapter 33. At dawn, Chu Mu woke up early. This was a habit that he had cultivated, and his biological clock automatically woke him up. After washing up, Zhang Xian stood on the balcony, feeling a little uncomfortable. This place was too far away from the cliff. Given his speed, it would probably take him 2 hours to reach the cliff. Furthermore, Li Wei was in charge of the food here. He didn't ask her to prepare any rations. "Forget it. I have to get used to a new place," he muttered to himself. His adaptability was very strong, and he simply cultivated the origin, nurturing, sword qi art on the balcony. After a while, he forgot about everything else and immersed himself in the transfer of sword qi. At the 7th level of the sword qi realm, an ordinary swordsman could transfer 7 cycles. But Chu Mu's meridians were much stronger than an ordinary 7th level sword qi realm cultivator, and his soul was many times stronger. Therefore, Chu Mu could transfer 21 cycles, which was 3 times the cultivation efficiency. After he finished cultivating the sword qi art, he did not feel the slightest increase in his sword qi cultivation. He was not in a hurry, and turned to cultivate the 2nd layer of the sword qi protection secret technique. After that, he cultivated the aura observation technique, and went downstairs, walking out of the pavilion and towards the wind sword terrace. At this time, the sun had not risen, and the sky was dark and cold. Li Wei was still in bed, and Chu Mu walked all the way to the wind sword terrace. It was also deserted, and not a single person could be seen. Not long after, when he arrived at the wind sword terrace, the entire terrace was empty. Standing on the empty terrace, he stared at the grass and trees in the distance and practiced the sword vision technique. When his eyes were sore, he closed his eyes and practiced the sword hearing technique and then the sword touch technique. He pulled out his sword, and the brand new 100 refinements sword's blade was as bright as autumn water, causing the chill of the dawn to be even deeper. He put down the scabbard and began to practice the basic sword techniques, then the flying cloud sword technique, the soft cloud sword technique, the clear wind sword technique, and finally the wind sword technique. At this time, the sun had already risen and shone on the wind sword arena. In the distance, a figure quickly leaped over, his clothes fluttering in the wind. He thought that he would be the first person to arrive at the sword discourse arena, but he did not expect that there would be someone who was even earlier than him. Furthermore, he was cultivating the Ling Feng sword technique, and it seemed that he was not very familiar with it. There was still a clear gap between him and Deshang. More importantly, when Han Rui saw Chu Mu's face, he recalled what he had seen yesterday, and immediately had a guess. Han Rui suddenly had an idea. He stomped on the ground, the corners of his clothes fluttered. He leaped up and quickly rushed over, jumping into the sword discourse arena, heading straight for Chu Mu. His speed was extremely fast. He soared into the air, and when he reached the highest point, he pulled out his sword. With a low shout, sword qi surged, and a sword, like an incomparably sharp wind, came straight at Chu Mu from above. It was one of the first 6 moves of the Ling Feng sword technique. Chu Mu had long known of Han Rui's appearance, but did not pay any attention to him. However, seeing that he was actually charging straight at him and attacking with his sword without dodging, Chu Mu also thrusted out his sword, using the same move of the Ling Feng sword technique. Han Rui's Ling Feng sword technique had already been cultivated to Deshang's level, but Chu Mu was only cultivating it for the first time. The difference was obvious, but Chu Mu was at the sword grandmaster realm, which was enough to make up for the difference. The 2 swords clashed, instantly colliding 6 times, causing countless sparks to fly. All right. A hint of joy flashed across Han Rui's face, and the sword light turned, changing into a move and slashing horizontally, like a sharp wind. Chu Mu also changed his move to attack. He felt that Han Rui had no hostility and was purely exchanging pointers. In just 2 seconds, both sides had performed the first 6 moves of the Ling Feng sword technique. Only then did Han Rui land on the ground, crossing with Chu Mu's figure, and quickly turned around, thrusting out his sword again. Neither of them used sword qi, and it was a direct confrontation between swords. Chu Mu found that this kind of cultivation in battle was several times better than usual. After one round, his understanding of the Ling Feng sword technique had deepened a lot. Good, I underestimated you. Take my killing move, Ling Feng move. Han Rui shouted in a low voice, and there was some excitement in his tone. He slashed out with his sword, and in an instant the surrounding wind condensed, becoming sharper and more powerful, and slashed toward Chu Mu. With the wind swinging Willow's chaotic steps, Chu Mu's footsteps rapidly changed. Chu Mu's figure continuously changed a few times before finally dodging Han Rui's sword. He couldn't help but feel a sliver of surprise towards this fellow's sword technique. Han Rui was also quite surprised. He didn't expect Chu Mu to be able to dodge his Ling Feng move without being embarrassed at all. Are you really the new inner disciple from yesterday? Han Rui withdrew his sword and looked at Chu Mu with a surprised face. I guarantee it. Chu Mu faintly smiled and said, My name is Han Rui, and I'm in the 8th stage of Sword Chi realm. Nominally, I'm your senior brother, but you can call me by my name. Han Rui introduced himself. Chu Mu, 7th stage. Chu Mu's self-introduction was even simpler. You're Chu Mu? Han Rui was surprised again, and he clicked his tongue a few times. So it's you. No wonder you can learn the Ling Feng swordsmanship as soon as you start practicing it. It seems that the rumor that you can fight with Xiao Kuangren without being defeated is true. Thank you for practicing with me. The effect is very good. Let's continue tomorrow. Chu Mu saluted with his sword and said, I still have something to do, so I'll leave first. Hey, this guy is as cold as Xiao Kuangren. It seems that the Ling Feng courtyard will be more lively in the future. Han Rui touched his chin and muttered to himself. It wasn't until Chu Mu walked down the Ling Feng sword platform that he began to practice his swordsmanship. It's you. You've become an inner disciple? The indifference on the face of the sword pavilion elder disappeared, and he looked at Chu Mu in surprise. I went to the 100 Beasts Valley to gain experience, and I got some elixirs to increase my cultivation. By chance, I made a breakthrough. Chu Mu said, What a coincidence. The sword pavilion elder's expression returned to indifference, and he took a deep look at Chu Mu. He knew the difficulty. It took him more than a year to break through from the 4th stage to the 7th stage, but Chu Mu only took more than a month. The sword pavilion elder thought that Chu Mu was a 6th grade talent, not a 9th grade talent. Before you choose the sword chi art, I want to test you. Draw your sword. If you can make me move half a step, I'll tell you something useful that you don't know. The sword pavilion elder stood up and walked outside and said, Although Chu Mu had reached the Grandmaster realm in terms of swordsmanship, he was only at the 7th stage of the Sword Chi realm in terms of swordsmanship. Although Chu Mu didn't know the cultivation of the Sword Pavilion Elder, he knew that the gap between him and the Sword Pavilion Elder was immeasurable. It was like the gap between the sky and the earth. Therefore, Chu Mu put on a very proper attitude. Hearing the Sword Pavilion Elder say this, Chu Mu didn't hold back. He unsheathed his sword and slashed out horizontally, like a sharp wind slicing through. High wind swordsmanship. It seems that you've just learned the high wind swordsmanship, and you've already reached the basic level. Not bad. The Sword Pavilion Elder didn't move, and the fierce wind dissipated before it got close. He attacked several times in a row, but it dissipated before it got close. The Sword Pavilion Elder didn't even move a hair. Although Chu Mu had an unparalleled attainment in swordsmanship, he couldn't do anything in the face of such a huge gap in sword chi cultivation. After all, his attainment in swordsmanship was based on basic swordsmanship. It could allow him to surpass others in swordsmanship, but when the gap in sword chi cultivation was too big, he couldn't do anything. Your attainment in swordsmanship has amazed me. Among the disciples of the same generation in the Azure Edge sword sect, no one can compare to you. Even I would find it difficult to dodge. However, Your sword chi cultivation is too weak. I only need to release a layer of sword chi to block all of your attacks. So, go ahead and use your killing move." The Sword Pavilion Elder said. He was shocked by Chu Mu's attainment in swordsmanship. As the saying went, the layman watched the show, while the expert watched the skill. When the expert showed his hand, the truth would be revealed. In just a few moves, the Sword Pavilion Elder could see that Chu Mu's attainment in swordsmanship was peerless. Even he couldn't do it. After a few moves, Chu Mu also knew that the Sword Pavilion Elder was right. No matter how profound his swordsmanship was, it was useless if he couldn't break through the defense. Lin Yin no longer held back and executed his startling cloud slaughter. White clouds rumbled as the killing intent contained within the attack moved the Sword Firmament Pavilion's Elder. The shocking cloud kill directly hit the Sword Pavilion Elder and exploded. Sword chi wreaked havoc in the surroundings. But even after the shocking cloud kill dissipated, the Sword Pavilion Elder was still unharmed. Chu Mu then used the Killing Breeze kill. It was infused with the mysteries of wind, and it was incomparably sharp. It directly hit the Sword Pavilion Elder's body, but it was blocked by the Sword Pavilion Elder's protective sword chi. Although he didn't use his sword chi, Chu Mu knew that even if he used it, it wouldn't change anything. This is the Killing Breeze kill, right? It's indeed powerful. What's the name of the killing move from before? The Sword Pavilion Elder asked. Shocking Cloud Kill. Shocking Cloud Kill. As the name suggests, its power is close to the Killing Breeze kill, and it's also a small area attack. Not bad, not bad. It seems that you've had some good luck. The Sword Pavilion Elder nodded. Soon after, a smile appeared on his face. Are you disappointed that you didn't make me take half a step back? Actually, even someone at the 10th stage of the Sword Chi realm or half step into the Chi transformation realm wouldn't be able to make me take half a step back. However, with your attainments in swordsmanship, which are unfathomable if you have half step into the Chi transformation realm, you should be able to fight against ordinary initial Chi transformation realm practitioners. Is the Chi transformation realm the realm after the Sword Chi realm? Chu Mu asked. That's right. After the Sword Chi realm is the Chi transformation realm, which is divided into initial stage, Deshang realm, and complete stage. With your swordsmanship attainments, you can easily fight above 1 or 2 levels. But you have to know that as a true swordsman, swordsmanship is important, but so is sword chi cultivation. With your current swordsmanship, you can indeed defeat ordinary 9th level sword chi realm cultivators, but you can't kill them. This is because they can form armor with sword chi and block your attacks. The Sword Pavilion Elder's smile became even more obvious. Although you didn't make me take half a step back, I'm very satisfied. I've decided to tell you this in hopes that it will be of help to you. Do you know what the way of the sword realm is? The Sword Pavilion Elder asked. Chu Mu shook his head, so the Sword Pavilion Elder continued. The way of the sword realm isn't swordsmanship or sword skill, but it surpasses them. It's very mysterious and can only be understood, not explained. It can't be practiced and can only be comprehended. The way of the sword realm I know is sword force and sword intent. Chu Mu nodded, listening with interest. The way of the sword is divided into initial stage and complete stage, Deshang realm. My way of the sword is only at initial stage, and there's no hope for sword intent in this life. The Sword Pavilion Elder said regretfully, but soon became full of expectation. I can see that your talent in swordsmanship is extremely high, and your comprehension must be excellent as well. Therefore, I hope that you can comprehend Way of the Sword as soon as possible. There's a saying in the swordsman's world that if you can comprehend Way of the Sword before the 10th level Sword Chi realm, you will definitely be able to comprehend sword intent in the future. No matter how much I say, it won't leave a deep impression on you. Stand still. I'll let you personally experience what Way of the Sword is. Chapter 34. In front of Chu Mu's eyes, It was as if a mountain that pierced through the clouds had appeared. It was like a heavenly sword towering over the earth. Boundless? Vast? The sharpness came crashing down endlessly. In less than a second, he felt his entire body being suppressed. He couldn't move, and even his thoughts stopped. He gasped for breath. His face was pale, and he was drenched in sweat. If it weren't for his strong will, he would have collapsed to the ground. Even so, he was still very sad. Not only was his body sad, but his soul was also very sad. It was very painful, as if he was about to die. The Sword Pavilion elder nodded imperceptibly, and a hint of admiration flashed in his eyes. He was very satisfied with Chu Mu's performance. Although his sword force was only at the small success stage, after tens of years of hard work, his usage of sword force had reached the acme of perfection. Let alone Chu Mu, who was at the 7th stage of the sword chi realm, even if it was a 10th stage or even half step into the chi transformation realm, as long as it didn't comprehend sword force. Under his sword force, it would definitely go limp and fall down. Even some chi transformation realm cultivators who hadn't comprehended sword force couldn't withstand it. It took a while for Chu Mu to recover, but the shock was still on his face. "Is this sword aura so powerful?" Chu Mu exclaimed. At the same time, a small excitement appeared in his heart. The Sword Pavilion elder's sword aura reminded him of that day in the outer sect when he was about to fight against Wang Feng. Pressing forward courageously and fearlessly, it faintly had a hint of sword aura. Did that mean he had unknowingly touched sword force? At the same time, he was also shocked. It was only an instant, not even a second, but it was enough to kill him dozens of times. "You've already experienced it. This is sword force. I hope it will help you comprehend it," the Sword Pavilion elder said. "Every swordsman has a different personality, style, and so on. Therefore, there will be some subtle differences in the sword momentum they comprehend. Some swordsmen's sword force might be very overbearing, while others might be more gentle. However, sword force was sword force, and they all had the same characteristics. They were the qualities that a swordsman must have: sharpness, indomitable will, fearlessness, and cutting through thorns. If you lose these essences, these cores, you will lose the essence of the sword momentum, and you will be doomed to be unable to obtain Deshang." Chu Mu remembered every word of the Sword Pavilion elder clearly. He knew that these were all useful words of experience, which could help him avoid many detours and give him a clearer cultivation goal. "All right, that's all I have to say. Go and choose a new sword chi art." The Sword Pavilion elder nodded and looked at Chu Mu with a faint smile. He said, "If you choose a sword chi art that is of the same origin or similar, it will be easier to change your cultivation, and the chances of making a mistake will be lower. In addition, the 2nd floor is different from the 1st floor. You only have one chance to choose. Once you choose something, you can't take anything else. Otherwise, you will trigger the alarm. Thank you for your advice." Chu Mu solemnly saluted the Sword Pavilion elder. He didn't say anything to repay him, but in his heart he had already remembered the Sword Pavilion elder's kindness. At the same time, he also knew that the Sword Pavilion elder knew what he had done in the left Sword Pavilion, but he didn't pursue it. He walked into the right Sword Pavilion. The time was still 30 minutes. The Sword Pavilion elder didn't make an exception. However, 30 minutes was enough for him to choose. Chu Mu went straight to the 2nd floor. He felt a layer of sword chi blocking his way. He circulated his sword chi and passed through. The sword chi arts on the 1st floor were all yellow, rank, low rank. The sword chi arts on the 2nd floor were all yellow, rank, middle rank. As for the 3rd floor, it could be yellow, rank, high rank. However, Chu Mu didn't have the qualifications to go up because the sword chi blocking him was extremely powerful and couldn't be easily touched. "The chi cultivation, sword chi art that I cultivate belongs to the Yuan element. The sword chi that I cultivate is neither biased nor gentle. It's also relatively dense and pure. and it won't go astray easily. However, the cultivation speed is relatively slow, and it won't increase or weaken any sword arts of any element. When he reached the second floor, Chumu thought to himself, so, the new sword chi art that I choose should also be of the yuan element. After all, the sword arts that I cultivate are of the wind and cloud elements. In the future, I might also be involved in other elements. Walking up to the second floor, he glanced around. There were still bookshelves on the second floor, but most of them were empty. There were only 40 or so bookshelves with books on them. Chu-mu quickly scanned through them. 40 of them were sword chi arts, and a few were secret techniques. Chu-mu's target was the sword chi art, so he gave up on those secret techniques. High wind sword chi art. It can increase the speed of wind sword arts by 5%. It can also increase the power of high wind sword arts by 5%. Thunder sword aura art. Jade water sword aura art. Looks like these are the sword aura arts that the Inner Sect 3 academies use to complement their respective sword arts. Although the 5% increase isn't very obvious, it can still display a considerable effect, especially when both sides are of the same cultivation. Chumu muttered to himself and continued to look. Flaming sword chi art can increase the temperature of fire sword arts by 5%. Blazing sword chi art can increase the power of fire sword arts by 5%. Explosive flame sword chi art can increase the explosive power of fire sword arts by 5%. Golden killing sword chi art can increase the cutting power of metal sword arts by 5%. Greenwood sword chi art can increase the power of wood sword arts by 5%. Rocky earth sword chi art can increase the power of earth sword arts by 5%. Beside each sword chi art there was a note, explaining it. One only needed to take a look to know the content. Wind element, water element, fire element, metal element, wood element, earth element, lightning element. These sword chi arts all have their own strengths and specialties. Even if they are of the same element, they can increase the power of sword arts in many ways. However, they are all very singular and do not cover anything. If I majored in the swordsmanship of the Soaring Wind School, I would choose the Soaring Wind sword chi art. Unfortunately, I do not. Therefore, I will choose this one, the Zhongyuan sword chi art. Although it is not of the same lineage as the energy-nurturing sword chi art, it is close enough. Among these sword chi arts, there were very few elemental sword chi arts. After comparing them, he realized that the Zhongyuan sword chi art was more suitable. Therefore, he reached for the Zhongyuan sword chi art, but was blocked by a layer of sword chi. He hurriedly channeled his sword chi to his palm. The sword chi dissipated and he grabbed the book. Unfortunately, the second floor is different from the first floor. It is protected by sword chi. I only have one chance. Otherwise, if it was the same as the first floor, I would definitely have memorized a secret technique. Chumu sighed. He glanced at the secret techniques, grabbed the Zhongyuan sword chi art, and strode down the stairs to the first floor. He went out and walked towards the pavilion elders. Let me see what kind of sword chi art you chose, the pavilion elders said as they took the book. Oh, it is the Zhongyuan sword chi art. You are indeed cultivating an elemental sword chi art. It is neutral, not biased, and does not weaken. It is suitable for all-round development. It is quite suitable for you. You can complete the conversion in 2 days. As they spoke, the pavilion elders quickly registered it and handed the book to Chu-mu. Remember, you must return this sword chi art within a month, the pavilion elders instructed. I will return it after the conversion, Chu-mu said. He put the book away, solemnly bowed to the pavilion elders, and turned to leave. With Xiao Qianfeng before us and Chu-mu behind us, it is the fortune of our Azure Edge sword sect. The pavilion elders looked at Chu-mu's back as they left and muttered to themselves. However, Xiao Qianfeng's cultivation talent is greater than Chu-mu's, but in the future, Chu-mu will definitely surpass Xiao Qianfeng. Chapter 35. After selecting the sword chi arts, Chu-Mu walked towards the soaring wind courtyard and quickly arrived in front of the stone tablet. In front of the stone tablet stood a man with his hands crossed over his sword. His aura was condensed, and his face was gloomy. His eyes were slightly squinted, and there seemed to be tiny electric arcs jumping around, sweeping across every sword artist that walked past him. Isn't that Thunder Courtyard's Wang Feng? What is he doing here? A few sword artists walked past the stone tablet and stayed a few dozen meters away from Wang Feng as they whispered to each other. I don't know. Ever since he was defeated by senior brother Xiao Qianfeng, Wang Feng never came here again. I heard that his younger brother Wang Lei's tendons were broken by an outer court disciple. Wang Feng wanted to settle the score with that outer court disciple, but he was stopped by senior brother Xiao Qianfeng. Later on, he was reported to the law enforcement hall and was sentenced to 3 days of reflection at Fierce Wind Cliff. Furthermore, Wang Lei was expelled from the sword faction. The law enforcement elders of our sword faction have always been fair and just. At this moment, Chu-Mu was not far from the stone tablet. Wang Feng, it really is him. When Chu-Mu saw Wang Feng also saw Chu-Mu at the same time. Wang Feng's eyes widened, and electric arcs jumped around. His right hand grabbed the sword hilt, and sword chi surged out. Compared to last time, it seemed to have become a lot stronger. Chu-Mu. Wang Feng gnashed his teeth and spat out 2 words. His voice was filled with hatred and murderous intent. However, his right hand loosened, and his face became gloomier. His voice was close to a roar like thunder. I said, when you become an inner court disciple, it will be the time of your death. Now I'm here to take your life. Chu-Mu, he is Chu-Mu. I didn't expect him to become an inner court disciple, and a disciple of our soaring wind courtyard. A few sword artists dozens of meters away, upon hearing Wang Feng's roar, were shocked and started to whisper among themselves. I heard that he made a name for himself in the outer sect and is known as the #1 outer sect disciple. So what if he's the #1 outer sect disciple? At most, he can only do whatever he wants in the outer sect. Think about it. How many of the #1 outer sect disciples have turned from dragons to snakes after entering the inner sect? That's true. This is bad. This Chu-Mu has an irreconcilable enmity with Wang Feng. Right now, senior brother Xiao Qianfeng is not here. He has yet to return from his experiential training. No one will stand up for this Chu-Mu. How pitiful. He has just been promoted to an inner disciple and has yet to enjoy the treatment of an inner disciple. Chu-Mu, no one can save you this time. Wang Feng roared. Who will live and who will die is still unknown. Chu-Mu's expression did not change. He was still indifferent. Very good. I hope you can still be so arrogant at that time. 5 days from now, we'll decide life and death on the life and death sword platform. Do you dare? Wang Feng said in a low voice with a sinister smile. Then I'll let you live for 5 more days. Chu-Mu said, enjoy the last 5 days of your life. Wang Feng smiled sinisterly as he glared at Chu-Mu. Shortly after, he left with large strides. When Wang Feng walked past Chu-Mu, Chu-Mu said in a low voice, "Oh, right, there's someone called Wu Chang waiting for you below." You. Wang Feng was enraged. He almost drew his sword and killed Chu-Mu. He was wondering why Wu Chang did not return when Chu-Mu appeared and became an inner disciple. Now, it seemed that Wu Chang was in trouble. Good, good, very good. Wang Feng's chest heaved up and down. His eyes were almost filled with blood. I'm good, but you're not good. Chu-Mu smiled faintly as he walked towards the soaring wind courtyard, leaving behind a figure that made Wang Feng want to skin him alive. The reason why Wang Feng proposed 5 days and not immediately was because a life and death duel required the consent of both sides. After the consent was obtained, An application had to be submitted to the law enforcement hall for confirmation. Normally it would take 3 days, but it could also take 4 days. Therefore, Wang Feng had set 5 days as the deadline. Otherwise, with the hatred in his heart, he would have immediately pulled out his sword and killed Chu Mu. As for Wang Feng's life and death challenge, Chu Mu remembered it in his heart, but didn't care too much about it. Facing Wang Feng this time, though Wang Feng was a bit stronger than before, Chu Mu didn't feel restrained at all. Compared to the Sword Pavilion Elder's sword aura, it was simply too weak. 5 days. The first 2 days, I'll switch to the Zhongyuan sword chi manual. The next 3 days, I'll master the aura observation technique and master the soaring wind sword technique. After sorting out the other sword techniques, I'll kill Wang Feng. Chu Mu said to himself. He walked along the small stone path with large strides. When he passed by a few swordsmen, he only glanced at them and ignored them. Although those inner disciples had some guesses, they did not hear Wang Feng's proposal because they were dozens of meters away. Otherwise, it wouldn't take long for the entire inner sect to know about it. A new inner disciple actually dares to be so arrogant. He doesn't even know how to greet us. How rude! Not long after, Chu Mu returned to the pavilion. When he walked in, he smelled the fragrance of meat. It turned out that Li Wei was cooking. Li Wei heard footsteps and looked over. When she saw that it was Chu Mu, she immediately said, "Senior brother, you're back. Take a rest first. The dishes will be ready soon." All right. Chu Mu walked up the wooden stairs to the second floor and sat on the balcony, placing his sword on his legs. He took out a book and started flipping through it. The Zhongyuan sword chi art lived up to its name as a middle-grade Huang level sword chi art. Its content was much richer than the chi-fostering sword chi art. Moreover, it was more profound and difficult to understand. Even with Chu Mu's monstrous comprehension, he could only understand the surface of it after reading it for the first time. Of course, if it were sword arts, Chu Mu would be able to comprehend even more after reading it. His comprehension was more focused on sword arts. He read it from the beginning again. This time he understood even more. After reading it over and over again 5 times, he had more or less fully grasped the Zhongyuan sword chi manual. However, he did not immediately change his cultivation. Instead, he closed the book and closed his eyes to clear his mind of all distracting thoughts. He began to visualize the manual in his mind. "Senior brother, it's time to eat." Li Wei carried a large wooden plate and walked over. On the plate was a large bowl of white and plump rice that resembled pearls. It was steaming hot and fragrant, causing one's appetite to increase with a single glance. In addition, there was also a plate of vegetables and a plate of meat. Similarly, the dishes looked, smelled, and tasted good, causing one's appetite to increase and drool with desire. This rice was called Vitality Nourishing Rice. It was grown by the Azure Edge sword sect and contained a small amount of yuan qi. It was gentle and nourishing and very delicious. If eaten regularly, it could strengthen the body and replenish yuan qi. For those who did not cultivate, it was a great tonic that could extend their lifespan. Outer disciples were not qualified to eat Vitality Nourishing Rice. This dish was also grown by the Azure Edge sword sect. Like the Vitality Nourishing Rice, it contained a small amount of yuan qi. Not only was it delicious, it was also nourishing. As for the meat, it was not ordinary pork. It was the meat of a low-level vicious beast. It was also very nourishing. In addition, there was a jug of wine. "Senior brother, this wine is called 100 Herb Wine. It is brewed by our sect using dozens of spiritual herbs. It is also very nourishing. Every inner disciple can only get 1 jug every month. It's about 3 caddies." Li Wei poured a cup for Chu Mu. Immediately, the fragrance of 100 herbs wafted into his nose. It was intoxicating. Li Wei sniffed her delicate nose. It was a little cute. "Do you want a cup?" Chu Mu asked. "Thank you, senior brother, but this wine is for the inner disciples. We can't drink it." Although Li Wei wanted to try it, she shook her head and said firmly, senior brother. Please enjoy. I'll go down first." Looking at Li Wei's back, Chumu nodded slightly and ate without saying anything. Chapter 36. Dispersing his sword aura was not a pleasant thing. Chumu was feeling very uncomfortable right now. That kind of feeling was as if there were countless small sharp knives rampaging through his meridians, causing his face to turn pale and the corners of his eyes to twitch. Fortunately, the sword chi had finally dispersed and was distributed within his meridians, flowing naturally without any pattern. Chumu hastily began to cultivate the Zhongyuan sword aura art. Otherwise, as time passed, the sword aura would dissipate and his sword aura cultivation would drop. The Zhongyuan sword chi manual had a total of 5 levels. There was nothing special about it. He had already memorized the chant and understood it all. There was no difficulty in practicing it. The first strand of sword chi was subdued. It was very obedient and became the vanguard. Using the Zhongyuan sword chi manual, it subdued the other strands of sword chi one by one, causing this strand of sword chi to grow stronger and stronger. It was like a dragon, rapidly moving through his meridians. This was a long process. Chumu had already told Li Wei that he would be in seclusion for 2 days, and no one was to disturb him. As a sword attendant, Li Wei naturally had to take care of the relevant matters. In truth, Li Wei had guessed that Chumu was switching to sword chi. This was something that almost every newly promoted inner disciple had to do first, using half a day to disperse the sword chi bit by bit, ensuring that the sword chi remained in his meridians. After that, he began to practice the Zhongyuan sword chi manual, subduing the strands of sword chi and transforming them into Zhongyuan sword chi. This was another process that required time. Only after all the sword chi had been transformed into Zhongyuan sword chi could he be considered to have mastered the first level of the Zhongyuan sword chi manual. Following that, he naturally had to continue training until he had completely recovered his cultivation of the initial 7th stage of the sword chi realm. Fortunately, switching to sword chi was different from sword chi cultivation. Sword chi cultivation pursued the growth of sword chi and sought to break through the limits bit by bit. This would place a significant burden on his meridians, but switching to sword chi cultivation was merely transforming the sword chi that he already had. There would be no obvious burden, and he could continue for several days until all the sword chi had been transformed and his cultivation had recovered. During these 2 days of seclusion, he would wholeheartedly focus on cultivating the sword chi art. During this period of time, he would not pay attention to anything in the outside world. He also did not need to eat, drink, go to the toilet, or sleep. The nutrients that he normally took in would be enough for him to consume for a few days. Therefore, Li Wei was relatively free these 2 days. She didn't need to do laundry or cook. She only needed to clean the first floor once a day. As a sword attendant, Li Wei was also a swordsman. So, she had to cultivate her sword techniques as well. Moreover, she had to cultivate every single day. Although the Wind Sword Arena did not have a rule that sword attendants could not practice their swordsmanship on the stage, no sword attendants dared to openly practice their swordsmanship on the Wind Sword Arena. They would be expelled by some inner disciples, and many inner disciples felt that they were superior to others. Li Wei practiced her swordsmanship in the open space in front of the pavilion. The open space wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. It was barely enough for one person to practice her swordsmanship. She had a petite figure, and the way she practiced swordsmanship was quite unique. Her chest swelled up and down like a raging wave. Tsk tisk, it's really one wave after another. Beautiful scenery. Little sword attendant, in the future, you will come and serve me as my sword attendant. Suddenly, a teasing voice that made people think of lecherous sounded out. Li Wei's expression changed as she turned around with her sword in hand. She saw 2 people wearing cyan robes, walking over with large strides. One of them was even looking at her with lecherous eyes, especially focusing on her swollen chest. This made Li Wei's face turn pale and red. She took 2 steps back and shrank her body. Li Wei greets the 2 senior brothers. Quickly adjusting herself, Li Wei saluted with her sword and said, "Outer sect disciples could not offend inner sect disciples." As a sword attendant, even if his cultivation was not at stage 7, he was still considered an outer sect disciple. Outer sect disciples were still fine. Inner sect disciples disdained to go to the outer sect area, so it was very difficult to see an inner sect disciple. But sword attendants were different. They lived in the inner sect area, so they could see inner sect disciples whenever they raised their heads. Sometimes, when they encountered some perverted inner sect disciples, they would not have a good ending. Li Wei had heard some rumors, but being an inner sect disciple's sword attendant also had some benefits. At least in terms of cultivation, they would be able to cultivate faster than the outer sect disciples who lived in the outer sect area. They would also be able to obtain the recognition of their senior brothers. Very good. What's your name? Qi Bai narrowed his eyes and turned his gaze to Li Wei's baby face. Senior brother, my name is Li Wei. Li Wei replied and took a small step back. Li Wei, that's a good name. You're a good person. Come, follow me. Qi Bai smiled. That kind of smile made Li Wei feel embarrassed, but there was nothing she could do. Qi Bai, don't forget the important matter. The sword cultivator next to him frowned. Don't worry, I won't forget. The smirk on Qi Bai's face suddenly turned into a sinister grin. Call Chumu out. I want him to understand how a new inner disciple must respect a senior. Otherwise, with how arrogant he is, there will be a day when he dies under the sword of others. When Li Wei heard that, she realized that the 2 of them had come to find her senior brother Chumu. She couldn't help being surprised. Senior brother Chu had only been promoted to inner sect disciple for 2 or 3 days. How could he have provoked other inner sect disciples? Senior brother Chu is in seclusion. He doesn't have time right now. Li Wei said, Senior brothers, please go back. When senior brother Chu comes out, I'll tell him. Seclusion? Qi Bai was stunned at first, but then he sneered. He's changing his sword Qi art. At this time, he's no different from a piece of trash. Senior brother Chu is not a piece of trash. Li Wei's face turned red. Oh, you still dared talk back. Could it be that in just 2 or 3 days, you're already serving him in bed? Qi Bai's mouth was very poisonous, causing Li Wei's face to turn red. She was furious. Senior brother, please conduct yourself with dignity. How dare a mere sword attendant talk to me like that? Come here, kneel down. Qi Bai was infuriated. Sword Qi surged out from his eyes, causing Li Wei to feel a sharp pressure. She couldn't help but take 2 steps back and almost fall. Her expression changed. She was a bit afraid, but she still bit her lip. I'm senior brother Chu's sword attendant, not yours. I don't need to kneel to you, Li Wei stubbornly said. Indeed, the sect rules were like that. Good. Little sword attendant, you seem to be familiar with the sect rules. Very good, very good. Qi Bai's expression was sinister. He had been ignored by Chu Mu, and now even Chu Mu's sword attendant dared to treat him with such an attitude. He was about to go crazy. His heart was burning with fury. He was as sinister as a devil, causing Li Wei to feel a trace of fear. That's enough. Bullying a sword attendant can't show off your prestige as an inner disciple. The inner disciple frowned and took 2 steps forward. He didn't see the trace of anger that flashed across Qi Bai's face when he heard his words. The inner disciple stared at Li Wei and said in a gentle tone, How many days did Chumu say he would be in seclusion? What day is it now? 2 days. This is the 2nd day. Perhaps it was because the inner disciple's attitude was gentle and he didn't have any killing intent. But Li Wei subconsciously answered, Very good. When Chumu comes out of seclusion, tell him that tomorrow morning I'll be waiting for him at the towering wind sword platform. Tell him that I'm called Zhuang Qiusheng. After this inner disciple finished speaking, he turned around and glanced at Chi Bai. Let's go. Humph, Chu Mu must appear tomorrow. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. Chi Bai fiercely threatened and turned to leave. Zhuang Qiusheng. Zhuang Qiusheng. Li Wei's expression changed. 8th level Sword Chi realm. Damn, senior brother Chu is only at the 7th level. The gap between him and the 8th level is too big. What should I do? What should I do? Li Wei's little face wrinkled as she anxiously walked in circles. Should I not tell senior brother Chu? No, tell senior brother Chu? It doesn't seem good. She didn't know that Chu Mu had already heard it. After all, he was on the 2nd floor and had just cultivated the Zhongyuan sword Qi art to the 2nd level. The reason why he didn't say anything was because he wanted to see how Li Wei would deal with it. Now that he heard Li Wei's anxious and contradictory words, he smiled. He felt that having a little sword attendant wasn't bad. Chapter 37. The next day, Chu Mu woke up early as usual. This was his habit. After washing up, he first cultivated the Zhongyuan sword Qi art, moving the 21 great cycles. Now that he had reached the 3rd level of the Zhongyuan sword Qi art, his cultivation had also recovered to the early stage of the 7th stage. The total amount of sword Qi had decreased, but the sword Qi was purer and more condensed. The level of the sword Qi art was not directly related to the cultivation stage, but the higher the level of the sword Qi art, the purer and more condensed the sword Qi would be, and the more powerful it would be. After completing the 21 great cycles, he cultivated the Qi observation technique, and then cultivated the sword Qi body protection secret technique, feeling a little progress. Carrying his sword, he went downstairs and headed towards the Wind Sword Discourse Arena. At this time, the sky was still a little dark, the sun had not risen, the chill was deep, the gravel path was deserted, and only Chu Mu was there. When he arrived at the Wind Sword Discourse Arena, there was a burst of cold wind blowing past, and the dew was heavy. After adjusting his breathing, he began to cultivate the sword vision, the sword hearing, and the sword touch. Then he cultivated the basic sword techniques, and after that he cultivated the clear wind sword technique and the shocking cloud kill. He revised the flying cloud sword technique and the soft cloud sword technique once, and focused on cultivating the wind sword technique. Even though he had not cultivated for 2 days, but when he started cultivating, not only was he not unfamiliar with it, he was even more familiar with it. The first 6 moves were easily executed, and the 7th move was the killing move, the wind condensed and slashed over, extremely sharp. As for the last killing move, the absolute peak of the wind, Chu Mu had not completely grasped it, but he believed that he would be able to master it within today, relying on his talent in swordsmanship, his strong perception, and his profound comprehension of the wind. Chu Mu was completely immersed in the cultivation of the wind sword technique. Every time he cultivated, his comprehension of the wind sword technique would deepen, and he would gradually grasp the essence of the profound mysteries within. Unknowingly, it had been over 10 times. A strand of warm sunlight pierced through the sky like a sharp sword, tearing through the cold and landing on the sword discourse arena. More and more of it landed on the sword discourse arena, dispersing the gloominess. At this time, a figure appeared and quickly rushed over. "Take my sword!" In midair, he drew his sword, and a ray of light shot out. The sword was as swift and fierce as a gust of wind. Chu Mu casually thrust out his sword light. Strong wind swirled around him as the 2 swords collided. The sword light flickered, and the sword shadows danced. In the blink of an eye, one move after another was executed. After landing on the ground, Han Rui didn't draw his sword. Instead, he smiled and said, "I haven't seen you in 2 days. Did you switch to sword Qi?" "Yes." Chu Mu nodded. "What sword Qi art? That's pretty fast." Han Rui asked curiously. "I'm just asking. You don't have to answer. How about it? Do you want to continue practicing?" What answered him was Chu Mu's sword, the third move of the high wind swordsmanship. Han Rui reacted quickly and attacked with his sword as well. Both of them were fighting with the soaring wind sword technique and did not use any other sword techniques. Chu Mu's soaring wind sword art was much more effective than his own cultivation. Every move he executed was different, and Chu Mu had a deeper grasp of the soaring wind sword art. Soaring wind sword. Han Rui and Chu Mu performed their killing moves at the same time. The two condensed gusts of wind were even fiercer. They cut, collided, and cancelled each other out. Take another move of mine, soaring wind sword. Han Rui growled. His soaring wind swordsmanship had already reached the great accomplishment level. Suddenly, the strong wind was compressed again, forming a blade that cut through the air. It was so sharp that it could easily cut through rocks. Its power was terrifying. Chu Mu was startled and quickly retreated. With the wind swaying Willow's chaotic steps, his body swayed unsteadily, making it difficult for Han Rui to lock onto him. An extremely sharp gust of wind sliced past from the side, bringing with it a gust of wind that lifted Chu Mu's black hair. Fortunately, he had a protective sword or a secret technique, or else Chu Mu would have felt pain. It seems that you are not only good at swordsmanship, but also at footwork. Han Rui withdrew his sword and sighed. Again, Chu Mu said and attacked again. Senior brother. Senior brother. After Li Wei got out of bed and washed up, she shouted twice from downstairs, but there was no reply. She hurriedly went upstairs to take a look, but Chu Mu wasn't there. Her small face changed color, and she became anxious. She hurriedly went downstairs, grabbed her steel sword, and rushed out. Last night, Chu Mu asked her about it. She couldn't handle it, so she told Chu Mu about it. Now, she was worried that Chu Mu would go to the soaring wind sword platform to compete with Zhuang Qiuxing. The number of people who came to the soaring wind sword platform gradually increased. There were already more than 10 people. Chu Mu and Han Rui also stopped fighting. At this time, 2 people walked over in large strides. They swept across the faces of the 10 people and locked onto Chu Mu, revealing a sinister smile. Chu Mu, you have some guts. Chi Bai walked in front of Chu Mu and sneered again and again. Zhuang Qiuxing slowly walked over and stared at Chu Mu, as if he wanted to see through Chu Mu. Chu Mu glanced at Chi Bai without any expression and directly ignored him. His eyes swept over Zhuang Qiuxing. Zhuang Qiuxing's steps were steady, and there was a faint general style, which made Chu Mu secretly nod. Han Rui was at a loss for a moment, and the 10 inner disciples next to him felt that there seemed to be a good show to watch and looked over. More inner disciples rushed over, and their eyes were attracted. You are Chu Mu? I heard that when you were in the outer sect, you were called the number 1 outer disciple and easily defeated the number 1 outer disciple of the Qinglan sword sect. You do have some skills, but this can only let you show off in the outer sect. When you enter the inner sect, you have to know the rules. Even if you are a dragon, you have to coil up because the inner sect is your senior brother. Zhuang Qiuxing said aggressively, and his tone was as sharp as a sword. Kneel down, count out 3 times, and shout, Senior brother, I was wrong 3 times, and I will spare you this time. Chi Bai said with a sinister smile. The inner sect disciples were all shocked. Soon after, they looked at Chu Mu with sympathy. They all thought that he was the Chu Mu who was in the limelight in the outer sect. However, they didn't know that the inner sect was completely different from the outer sect. The waters were very deep. It was really bad luck to offend a villain like Chi Bai. Han Rui frowned and said, Zhuang Qiuxing, you entered the inner sect more than a year earlier than Chu Mu. Don't you feel embarrassed to bully a new inner disciple? If you are itchy, I will accompany you. Han Rui, this has nothing to do with you. Zhuang Qiuxing stared at Chu Mu and said, Are you ready? Let me, your senior brother, teach you the soaring wind swordsmanship. What's going on? An inner disciple who had just arrived felt the tense atmosphere and was puzzled. Chu Mu, who is in the limelight among the outer disciples, somehow offended Qi Bai. Now, Zhuang Qiuxing is going to teach him a lesson. Zhuang Qiuxing is going to teach him a lesson? That's not right. Given Qi Bai's character, he should teach him a lesson himself. Unless he is no match for him, he will ask others to teach him a lesson. The voice was very low, and he didn't dare to let Qi Bai hear it. Zhuang Qiuxing is at the middle stage of the 8th stage of the Sword Qi realm. Chu Mu is a new inner disciple who is only at the early stage of the 7th stage. The gap is too big. How can he be a match for Zhuang Qiuxing? What a pity. It seems that this lesson is necessary. I won't bully you. I will only use the 7th stage of the Sword Qi realm and the Soaring Wind swordsmanship. Zhuang Qiuxing said. You will regret it. Chu Mu said indifferently. Back off, all of you back off. Qi Bai roared. Immediately, the disciples retreated, leaving an empty space. Be careful. Han Rui walked past Chu Mu and said. At this time, Li Wei also arrived at the Sword Discourse Arena. She stood under the Sword Discourse Arena, her small hand tightly grasping the steel sword. Her face was filled with anxiety. Take out your sword, otherwise you won't have a chance. Chu Mu said indifferently. Suddenly, everyone was shocked. They all felt that Chu Mu was too arrogant. Zhuang Qiuxing was shocked and depressed. He had originally planned to say these words. I am the senior brother, you are the junior brother. Senior brother should give way to junior brother. Take out your sword. Zhuang Qiuxing pulled out his sword and drew a sword flower. Chu Mu did not decline. His footsteps moved with the wind, and his sword stabbed out like a fierce wind, causing everyone's eyes to light up. Zhuang Qiuxing's expression changed slightly. He did not expect Chu Mu's sword to be so fast. He quickly changed his move, thrusting out his sword in an attempt to counter Chu Mu's sword, but his sword missed. It turned out that Chu Mu's sword was extremely agile. He changed his move again, bypassing his sword and slashing towards his neck from another angle. What a fast sword speed! What a flexible change of moves! Is he really a new inner court disciple? Did he really just cultivate the Soaring Wind swordsmanship? All the inner court disciples were shocked. Han Rui was also very surprised. Chu Mu's Soaring Wind swordsmanship had improved even more than when he fought with him. Another Shao Qianfeng. Li Wei was extremely nervous. She held her breath, and her face was flushed. She was so excited that she wanted to pass her strength to Chu Mu. In the blink of an eye, the sword light flashed and the sword shadow flew. Both of them changed their moves 7 or 8 times. But the strange thing was that there was not even a single exchange of swords. Everyone could see that both of them were using the first 6 moves of the Soaring Wind swordsmanship. However, in Chu Mu's hands, the Soaring Wind swordsmanship seemed to have come alive. It was full of spirituality, and the changes between each move were so seamless that they could not be traced. Zhuang Qiuxing's expression changed, and his eyes were filled with shock. He was in a passive position, and the rhythm was completely controlled by Chu Mu. It was equivalent to being led by the nose by Chu Mu. Soaring Wind swordsmanship. Zhuang Qiuxing forced himself to use his killer move, but he was only halfway through. Chu Mu broke his killer move with 2 slashes, and Zhuang Qiuxing almost vomited blood. What? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Even my killer move was broken. Unbelievable. It's like a dream. This guy is really abnormal. Han Rui smiled bitterly. I won't fight with him in the future. Let go. Chu Mu shouted, and his wrist turned. The 100 refined sword was placed on Zhuang Qiuxing's sword, and it spun rapidly. Zhuang Qiuxing felt his wrist tremble, and he lost his grip on the sword. The sword flew to the side. A sharp gust of wind blew over. The cold sword, light, stopped at his throat. If it moved forward a little bit, the sword would have pierced his throat and taken Zhuang Qiuxing's life. Zhuang Qiuxing's expression changed from green to red to white. He was extremely sullen. He was defeated. The inner disciples were dumbfounded, and they felt like they were dreaming. "I told you, you will regret it," Chu Mu said, and sheathed his sword. This made Zhuang Qiuxing even angrier. Qi Bai's expression was also very ugly. "Senior brother is so powerful." Li Wei's face was red with excitement. She was so excited that she was about to jump for joy. At this moment, a man strode over from afar. Chapter 38. There was dead silence on the Lingfeng sword platform. Everyone was still in shock and could not react. What was going on? A new inner disciple defeated a senior brother who had been in the inner sect for more than a year with the Lingfeng swordsmanship. It was like a dream. The Lingfeng swordsmanship could only be practiced by the inner disciples of the Lingfeng courtyard. It was the exclusive swordsmanship of the Lingfeng courtyard. There was almost no circulation of it in the outside world. Therefore, under normal circumstances, a senior brother who had been in the Lingfeng courtyard for more than a year should have already practiced the Lingfeng swordsmanship to Deshang. Even if there was no Deshang, he should be close to Deshang. However, he was defeated by a new inner disciple who had only practiced the Lingfeng swordsmanship for a few days. This was completely unreasonable. While Qi Bai was shocked, he also had a deep fear of Chu Mu and became more angry with Chu Mu. "Is Chu Mu here?" Suddenly, a clear and cold voice rang out, breaking the deathly silence and temporarily dispelling the shock in everyone's hearts. One by one, they came back to their senses and looked at the person who spoke. It's her. Law enforcement disciple. What is she doing here? By the way, she pointed out Chu Mu. Did Chu Mu do something that violated the rules? Is he going to be punished? All kinds of guesses came out one after another. I am. Chu Mu took a step forward and said. He recognized the person, law enforcement disciple Lu Shui. She was one of the 2 law enforcement disciples who had brought him from the outer sect to the law enforcement hall. Vaguely, Chu Mu knew her purpose. So it's you. Lu Shui walked towards Chu Mu. Her eyes flashed with a trace of understanding and a trace of indifference. Her tone even had a trace of ridicule. You have just been promoted to an inner disciple, and you want to make a big move. Do you want to be famous in the inner sect? You're not here to talk nonsense, are you? Chu Mu retorted, not backing down in the slightest because of Lu Shui's beauty and status. This caused Lu Shui to grit her teeth in anger. She recalled that Chu Mu had been very arrogant when he was in the outer sect. Now that I've been promoted to an inner disciple, I've become even more impressive. Lu Shui mocked. Before Chu Mu could say anything, she continued, Wang Feng proposed a life-and-death sword duel to the law enforcement hall. The other party is you. The law enforcement elder asked me to ask you if you accept Wang Feng's life-and-death sword duel. What? A life-and-death sword duel? Han Rui and the others were shocked. Although life-and-death sword duels were part of the rules of the sect, they rarely happened. As far as they knew, the Azure Edge Sword Sect had not had a life-and-death sword duel for more than 5 years. Wang Feng? Who was Wang Feng? Why do I find this name so familiar? Idiot, it's that disciple from the Thunder Rumbling Courtyard who came to our Soaring Wind Courtyard to show off and defeated many people, but was defeated by senior brother Xiao Qianfeng. What? It's him? I remember that he was already at the late stage of the 8th phase at that time. His swordsmanship was also very powerful. Now, even if he hasn't broken through the 9th phase, he's at least at the peak of the 8th phase. His swordsmanship must be even more powerful. Yeah, Chu Mu actually wants to have a life-and-death sword duel with Wang Feng. Has he gone mad from practicing swordsmanship? Even if he wants to die, this is not the way to do it. The inner disciples started to discuss in low voices. Their voices were noisy, and when they reached the ears of the crowd, their expressions became strange, shocked, and incredulous. They all thought that Chu Mu had gone crazy. After Qi Bai heard this, a sinister smile appeared on his face. He was worried about how to deal with Chu Mu. He didn't expect that such a thing would happen. Once Chu Mu agreed he would have to go to the life and death sword duel with Wang Feng. Only one of them could survive. Wang Feng's strength wasn't something that Zhuang Qiuxing could compare with. Speaking of which, when Wang Feng came to the Soaring Wind courtyard to show off, Zhuang Qiuxing was defeated by Wang Feng within 10 moves. Now, it was up to Chu Mu to accept or not. The inner disciples stared at Chu Mu, waiting for Chu Mu's answer. Han Rui was a little anxious. He looked at Chu Mu and shook his head. "I accept," Chu Mu said very calmly. Li Wei almost fainted when she heard this. He's dead. Chu Mu is dead for sure. He has only been an inner disciple for a few days. He hasn't even enjoyed the treatment of an inner disciple. Now he has to go to the life and death sword duel. Yeah, Wang Feng's strength isn't something that Zhuang Qiuxing can compare with. When these words came out, even Zhuang Qiuxing was brought in. Zhuang Qiuxing's face darkened. He forced himself not to flare up. He also knew that this was the truth. Wang Feng was indeed much stronger than him. Although Zhuang Qiuxing was defeated just now, he fought with Chu Mu with a cultivation of the 7th level. If he used his full strength, he might not lose. Wang Feng's strength is much stronger than Zhuang Qiuxing's. The only people who can defeat Wang Feng in the Soaring Wind courtyard are the 9th level senior brothers or the sword genius Xiao Qianfeng. Once you accept, you can't change it. Very well. I will report your decision to the law enforcement elder. 3 days later, you must go to the life and death sword duel. Lu Shui said with a trace of ridicule and pity on her face. After she finished speaking, she turned around and left, extremely arrogant. Chu Mu, why did you accept? Take advantage of the fact that the law enforcement disciple hasn't gone far. Quickly go and tell her that you changed your mind. Han Rui quickly said, "A life and death sword duel is not a child's play. Don't worry, I won't lose." Chu Mu said, "I will go back first. Tomorrow, I will continue to practice sword duel." After saying that, Chu Mu strode away. Chu Mu, you still have 3 days to live. Enjoy the last 3 days because you will die in 3 days. Chi Bai shouted at Chu Mu's back. He was incomparably carefree. Senior brother. Li Wei was very worried. Let's go, Chu Mu said with a faint smile. Soon, the news of Chu Mu's life and death sword duel with Wang Feng spread. Almost all the disciples of the 3 courtyards knew about it, including the 3 courtyards' heads and elders. After all, this was a relatively big event in the past few years, and they all felt that this new inner disciple called Chu Mu was overestimating himself. They were more optimistic about Wang Feng. After the Sword Pavilion's elders learned about it, they just smiled and said nothing. After Chu Mu returned to the pavilion, he stood on the balcony and looked at the clear pond. Suddenly, he took off his clothes and only wore a pair of shorts. Carrying his sword, he jumped down and landed in the pond. With a putong sound, he created a lot of water, practicing sword duel in the water. When he was on Earth, Chu Mu had also practiced sword duel in the water. The resistance of the water would make the speed of the sword very slow, and there were many obstacles. The speed, strength, angle, and so on would obviously be affected. But if he persevered in the practice, he would be able to achieve gratifying results. It would make his swordsmanship more exquisite, and it would be good for his endurance and strength. Moreover, he could better control his strength, speed, and so on. He could achieve perfect control as much as possible. Li Wei, on the other hand, was cooking in the kitchen, looking a little absent-minded. It seemed that today was going to pass. Chapter 39. The essence of the soaring cloud sword art lies in the words soaring cloud and cloud. Chu Mu slowly explained. Li Wei listened attentively, memorizing every single word Chu Mu said. After Chu Mu finished practicing his sword techniques in the pond, he got up and saw Li Wei practicing her sword techniques in the open space in front of the building. He casually gave her a few pointers and made a few sword gestures to let Li Wei understand. Li Wei's little face would occasionally reveal a look of enlightenment. Many of her doubts had been resolved. "Practice again," Chumu said. "Yes, senior brother." Li Wei's little face was red from excitement. She once again practiced, sword after sword, style after style, like clouds gathering. The last 3 moves were cloud birth, cloud gathering, cloud movement, and cloud scattering. After practicing once, Li Wei stared at Chumu with her big eyes, waiting for Chumu's evaluation. "And your comprehension is not bad. Practice a bit more, and you'll be able to beat Deshang," Chumu said with a smile. This made Li Wei very happy. It was even sweeter than eating honey. "Continue practicing. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me," Chumu said. He walked into the pavilion and went up to the 2nd floor. "Many thanks, senior brother." Li Wei was still very excited. At this time it was close to evening. Chumu put on his azure robe and sat on the balcony. He looked at the clouds in the sky and the leaves swaying in the wind. He didn't care about the life and death sword battle with Wang Feng 3 days later. Sword Dao Realm. Sword Force. Chumu slowly closed his eyes, eliminating all distracting thoughts. He thought back to when he was still in the outer sect. He thought back to the time when he faced Wang Feng. He thought back to when the Sword Pavilion Elder told him what Sword Force was. It was boundless and sharp. At that moment, he felt like he was frozen, as if he was going to be crushed and torn apart. The sharpness of the sword is indomitable, fearless, and unyielding. The body is like a sword, the form is like a sword, and the spirit is like a sword. Only when one's sharpness is released without fear, when one's body and spirit are one with the sword, can one comprehend sword force and release it. Chumu strove to comprehend sword force as quickly as possible and step into the realm of sword Dao. He was very sure that if he could comprehend sword force, then there would be no suspense in the life and death battle between him and Wang Feng. He would be able to easily crush Wang Feng. However, the first level of the Way of the Sword was not that easy to comprehend. Even the elders of the Sword Pavilion had only comprehended the sword force after reaching the Qi transformation realm. After one night, Chumu didn't even understand the slightest bit of the sword force. The situation that day couldn't be repeated. However, he had once taken half a step into the realm of sword force. Although he had unknowingly experienced the feeling of sword force approaching him, coupled with his extraordinary comprehension, it was only a matter of time before he comprehended sword force. The next day, Chumu woke up early as usual. After finishing the cultivation of the Zhongyuan sword Qi art and the sword Qi protection secret art, he immediately set off for the Lingfeng sword terrace. The sky was still a little dark and cold. Chumu came to the Lingfeng sword terrace and practiced the seeing sword, listening to sword and touching sword. After that, he practiced the basic sword arts, the clear wind sword art, and the shocking cloud kill. He also reviewed the flying cloud sword art and the soft cloud sword art, and focused on the Lingfeng sword art. "I guess you're the first one here again." Han Rui leaped onto the sword terrace. He didn't directly draw his sword like before. Instead, he smiled bitterly. "Draw your sword," Chumu said indifferently. "Are you still in the mood to practice? Tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow will be the time of your life and death battle with Wang Feng. Even if you cultivate every minute and second of these 3 days, you won't be able to improve much." Han Rui said. He didn't have the intention to draw his sword, because even if he used all his strength, he was aware that he wasn't Wang Feng's opponent. In his point of view, although Chumu's swordsmanship was good, his cultivation was too low. If he used all his strength, it wouldn't be difficult to defeat Chumu. "I'm not worried about the life and death battle," Chumu said indifferently. His tone had a domineering tone of disdain and extreme confidence. "Wang Feng is only an obstacle on my path towards the Sword Dao. He's like a rock blocking my path. I'll just kick him away." Hearing this, Han Rui's face changed greatly. He was secretly angry. "Okay, I'll use all my strength to fight with you. If you can defeat me, You can face Wang Feng." Han Rui roared and unsheathed his sword. The sound of metal clanging was melodious, and a snow-white radiance blossomed. It was incomparably sharp. Compared to usual, it was faster, fiercer, and fiercer. A gust of wind whistled over, wanting to shatter Chu Mu. Chu Mu slashed with his sword. The two swords collided. Han Rui only felt that the power of his fast and fierce sword was drawn to one side. It didn't work. His face changed, and he quickly retreated. The sword chi spread and attached to the blade. A light cyan color filled the air. Chu Mu moved the sword chi and spread it to the 100 refined sword. He didn't use external sword chi. In addition to the high wind swordsmanship, I've also cultivated a middle-level swordsmanship called the fierce wind swordsmanship. It's more powerful than the high wind swordsmanship. Now, I'm going to perform the fierce wind swordsmanship," Han Rui said seriously. Suddenly, a gust of wind appeared around him. In addition to being fierce, the wind also had a sense of tragedy. Immediately, Han Rui slashed in the void. A light cyan sword chi flew out with a sharp whistling sound. Chu Mu used the chaotic steps to dodge the sword chi. At the same time, Han Rui stabbed his sword forward. It was even fiercer than the high wind swordsmanship. Moreover, there was a trace of tragedy in it. It could affect people's mind and make people frightened in an instant. However, it had no effect on Chu Mu. Good swordsmanship. Chu Mu shouted and performed the clear wind swordsmanship. It spread out like a gust of wind. The clear wind and the fierce wind collided. One sword and one style. They were almost equally matched. In a certain area of the high wind sword platform, sword chi was everywhere. There were countless gusts of wind blowing and dissipating. Figures collided with each other. The clanging sound was ear-piercing and long. I didn't expect you to also practice a middle-level swordsmanship. This is the clear wind swordsmanship, right? Han Rui was a little surprised and looked serious. Under normal circumstances, new inner disciples all practiced low-level swordsmanship. It was rare to see someone like Chu Mu who entered the inner sect with a middle-level swordsmanship. Then Han Rui attacked again. This time, his sword was faster and more powerful. He almost gave it his all. Chu Mu also showed his swordsmanship to the fullest. Han Rui began to feel gloomy because his sword was often unable to touch Chu Mu's sword. Even if it did, it would feel as if it had slipped past him, with no place to exert force. It was like an all-out attack that didn't hit the target. It was soft and extremely uncomfortable. Moreover, he gradually found that his rhythm was disrupted. He could no longer attack according to his own will. He could only passively change his sword moves with Chu Mu's sword. His expression changed greatly because he knew very well that when a swordsman couldn't control his own sword rhythm, he was already at a disadvantage. Sullen, very sullen. His sword chi was much stronger than Chu Mu's, and his sword chi was much purer than Chu Mu's. However, he was led by the nose by Chu Mu. All his advantages were gone. He finally understood how Zhuang Qiuxing felt at that time. With a shout, sword chi burst out and flew towards Chu Mu. Chu Mu had no choice but to dodge. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Han Rui used his footwork to retreat quickly and put some distance between them. His expression changed, and there was a strange look in his eyes. There was even a hint of fear. "Your swordsmanship." Han Rui didn't know what to say for a moment. He felt that even Xiao Qianfeng's swordsmanship wasn't so abnormal. "Let's decide this with one move. I'm going to use the final killing move of the Tempest swordsmanship, Tempest Tornado. Final blow of the breeze," Chu Mu said. "Okay, come on. Let's use it together." Han Rui was somewhat expectant, but also somewhat helpless. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't beat Chu Mu in swordsmanship and was led by the nose, he wouldn't have used his final killing move so quickly. A hint of desperation suddenly intensified. Small cyclones appeared in the surroundings and strong winds howled. Han Rui's black hair danced in the wind, and the corners of his clothes fluttered. The wind seemed to rush out from the soles of his feet, spinning at high speed, causing his black hair to stand straight up. He looked as if he was about to fly. The desperation and fierceness that Han Rui displayed was astonishing. On the other hand, Chumu didn't move at all. He couldn't even feel the wind blowing past him. Tempest tornado. With a fierce shout, Han Rui raised his sword and chopped down heavily. In an instant, a roar rang out. A light cyan tornado about 1 meter in diameter swept out at high speed. Wherever it passed, the air would shatter. Final blow of the breeze. Chumu raised his sword casually. A light cyan wind blade about 1 meter in length slashed out at an even faster speed. The space was cut open like a cake. Chumu used the mysteries of wind in this sword move. The final blow of the breeze was faster and more powerful. With a puff, the final blow of the breeze collided with the tempest tornado. Both sides paused. The tempest tornado spun at high speed and was about to crush the final blow of the breeze. However, the final blow of the breeze was extremely condensed. Its color was a little deeper than the tempest tornadoes. It cut into the tempest tornado bit by bit. When it cut into the tempest tornado halfway, its speed suddenly accelerated. With a whoosh, it cut through the tempest tornado and charged at Han Rui. Although it was less than half a meter away, Han Rui was still shocked. He hurriedly released his sword chi and quickly moved to dodge. You pervert in the future. I'll never fight with you in the sword again," stammered Han Liang as he pointed at Chumu and finally said this. Book ID equals 2499528. Book name equals Usurping the Throne. Chapter 40. Chumu's life was very regular. He would wake up early in the morning to practice the Zhongyuan sword chi observation technique and the sword chi protection secret technique. Then he would go to the wind sword platform to practice his swordsmanship. After returning, he would enter the pond to practice his swordsmanship. At night, he would comprehend the sword momentum. Ever since he was defeated by Chumu after using his full strength, Han Rui refused to fight with Chumu again. It was too hurtful. That feeling was too sullen. He didn't want to experience it a second time, or else it would leave a shadow in his heart. Senior brother, tomorrow is the time for you to go to the life and death sword platform. Li Wei's little face was full of worry. In the past few days, Chumu had taught her swordsmanship from time to time. Now, the flying cloud sword technique was close to Deshang, and the wind sword technique was about to be mastered. Such progress was worth at least several months of hard work. This made her extremely grateful to Chumu. "Don't worry," Chumu said lightly and went to the second floor. He had mastered the chi observation technique. The wind sword technique was also Deshang's, and the sword chi protection secret technique. He had made slight progress, but he didn't know when he would be able to break through to the second layer. The progress of the sword chi cultivation was undetectable. Chumu couldn't help but sigh at the disadvantages of having a low cultivation talent and no medicinal pills. As for the sword momentum, there was still no breakthrough. The night passed. At dawn the next day, Chumu woke up. After washing up, he began to cultivate. He didn't feel nervous or anxious because of the upcoming life and death sword battle. Draped in a deep chill, he came to the high wind sword platform to practice his sword arts. I really don't know what to say. Not long after, Han Rui also appeared. Seeing Chumu practicing his swordsmanship, he smiled bitterly and said, "Wait, it's time for you and Wang Feng to fight to the death. I don't feel the slightest tension from you. It seems that you are really confident about the life and death sword battle. Do you want to go and see?" Chumu asked in a very natural tone. "Go. I want to see how you'll defeat Wang Feng." Unconsciously, a thought emerged in his mind. This thought had been growing in his mind ever since he had used his full strength and lost. That thought was that perhaps Chu Mu could defeat Wang Feng. And then take me there. I don't know where the life and death sword discourse arena is, Chu Mu said, almost causing Han Rui to fall. Let's go. I'll take you there now. Han Rui smiled bitterly. At that moment, many inner disciples appeared and strode over. Among them were Qi Bai, Zhuang Qiuxing, and the others. Isn't that Chu Mu? What are you planning to run away? Qi Bai laughed as much as possible. Let me tell you, you won't be able to escape. You should obediently go to the life and death arena. Today will be your last day in this world. Ha 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 ha, Scram. Looking at Qi Bai with an indifferent gaze, Chu Mu coldly spat out a word, causing Qi Bai's laughter to stop abruptly. It was as if he had swallowed a fat maggot. His face became extremely ugly, and his eyes revealed an ominous glint. Arrogant, you can be arrogant. You can only be arrogant now, Qi Bai said fiercely, because it was a life and death sword battle. The inner disciples of the three courtyards all woke up earlier than usual. Furthermore, they did not cultivate. After washing up, they set off in groups towards the life and death arena. The life and death arena was not within the three courtyards, but not far behind the law enforcement hall. It was a half-meter tall platform made of polished gray rock, 10 meters long and 10 meters wide. The surroundings were also flat gray rock, and the area was very large. It could accommodate hundreds of people at the same time without being crowded. At this moment, Wang Feng was standing on the sword discourse arena with his eyes closed. He held the sword in his left hand and crossed his arms in front of his chest. He was motionless like a statue. One after another, people rushed over and surrounded the sword discourse arena. They were about 5 meters away from the edge of the sword discourse arena. Wang Feng is already here. It seems like he can't wait any longer. Where's that Chu Mu? He's not here yet. Could it be that he doesn't dare to come? A mere new inner disciple. He thinks that he can be arrogant in the inner sect just because he has some fame in the outer sect. Senior brother Wang Feng will let him know the difference between us. This was what a 7th level Sword Chi Realm disciple from the Thunder Courtyard said. You're wrong. He won't have the chance to know the difference between us. Because in the life and death arena, it doesn't matter if you win or lose. It's only life and death. Either you die or I live. Another disciple from the Thunder Courtyard sneered. This new inner sect disciple called Chu Mu. I don't know if his brain has been damaged from sword training, but he unexpectedly agreed to Wang Feng's life and death sword fight. I think he's just looking for his own death. This was said by an inner sect disciple from Jadewater Academy. Who knows? Maybe he overestimated his own strength and thought that he could run rampant in the inner sect just because he obtained the title of #1 outer disciple. How sad. The Towering Wind Courtyard actually produced such an overconfident person. Fortunately, he didn't choose our Jadewater Courtyard. Otherwise, our Jadewater Courtyard would have lost a lot of face. Look, the people from the Towering Wind Courtyard are here. Everyone looked over and saw a group of about 30 people striding over. They were the inner disciples of the Towering Wind Courtyard. Chu Mu was also among them. He was walking leisurely at the back with Han Rui. As if he had also heard this, Wang Feng's eyes suddenly opened. A trace of lightning flickered as he looked at the disciples of the Towering Wind Courtyard. Looking past them, he directly stared at Chu Mu. A vicious resentment shot out like a sharp sword, as if he wanted to shoot Chu Mu to death. He clenched his fists so hard that blue veins popped out. Everyone felt a sharp killing intent erupting from Wang Feng's body. They were all startled. At the same time, the law enforcement elder and the elders of the 3 courtyards came together and sat on the 4 mahogany chairs that had been prepared earlier. Coincidentally, the 4 elders were located on the east side of the Sword Discourse Arena, while the inner disciples of the 3 courtyards were located on the south, west, and north sides. As for the law enforcement disciples, Lu Shui and Yan Ling, they stood on the left and right sides of the law enforcement elder. Without saying a word, Chu Mu slowly walked towards the sword discourse arena. With a light leap, he was 5 meters away from Wang Feng, facing him from afar. His expression was indifferent and calm. Wang Feng's eyes were filled with resentment, and the killing intent that was constantly emitting from him did not affect him in the slightest. It has been 5 years since a life and death sword battle has occurred in our sect. This is also the first time in 5 years that this elder has presided over a life and death sword battle. On one side is the veteran inner disciple of the Thunder Courtyard, Wang Feng. On the other side is the new inner disciple of the Towering Wind Courtyard, Chu Mu. As the law enforcement elder of the sword sect, this elder sincerely hopes that the two sides can resolve the conflict in a more gentle way. No matter which side lives or dies, it will be a loss for our sect. The law enforcement elder stood up and said in a deep voice with a pure aura, "Here," this elder will ask again, "are both of you willing to resolve the conflict in other ways?" Many thanks to the law enforcement elder. I insist on a life and death sword battle, Wang Feng said, staring at Chu Mu with red eyes. Many thanks for the good intentions of the law enforcement elder. Chu Mu appreciates it. Chu Mu turned towards the law enforcement elder and saluted with his sword. Even if Wang Feng was willing, Chu Mu wouldn't agree. Wang Feng was a narrow-minded person who would seek revenge for the slightest grievance. Moreover, he was a bit scheming. Once he was given the slightest chance, he would definitely not let go. To Chu Mu, Wang Feng was only qualified to be a stumbling block. As for Wang Feng, his hatred for Chu Mu was extremely deep. He wanted to kill Chu Mu, so it was even more impossible for him to agree to the law enforcement elder's suggestion. Since both sides insist on a life and death sword battle, this elder will not stop them. The law enforcement elder was expressionless, but there was a sense of majesty between his brows. The life and death sword battle on the sword arena of life and death will depend on one's cultivation and sword skills. It does not matter who wins or loses, only life and death. However, this elder still hopes that the other side will not be killed if possible. Both sides are ready. This elder announces that the life and death sword battle begins. As soon as the law enforcement elder announced the start of the battle, the atmosphere immediately became tense. A desolate killing intent swept out like a cold wind, causing everyone to involuntarily tremble and subconsciously shrink their necks. With two clangs, Chu Mu and Wang Feng unsheathed their swords at the same time. Book ID equals 2264207. Book name equals Gods Destroying the Nine Heavens. Chapter 41. The ear-piercing sound was still echoing in everyone's ears, but the murderous aura was already surging. The sword chi was released, and a faint purple sword chi shot through the air. The crackling sound made everyone's scalp tingle. The snow sword light was like a waterfall piercing through the sky. It was followed by the sword chi, which was extremely destructive. So fast, so powerful. This sword chi is so terrifying. Wang Feng's sword chi has already reached the peak of the 8th phase. He's only one step away from reaching the 9th phase. The elder of the Thunder Martial Hall nodded and said with a smile. The other 3 elders also nodded. Yanling and Lu Shui's faces were solemn. Wang Feng's attack was enough to make them feel threatened. This Chu Mu is dead for sure this time, Lu Shui thought to herself. Yanling couldn't help but shake his head in pity. The inner disciples of the Thunder Martial Hall were all excited. As for the inner disciples of the Soaring Wind Martial Hall, other than Qi Bai, who was gloating, the others were all worried and frowned. Wang Feng's strength is beyond our expectations, Han Rui thought. He was very worried. Chu Mu's pupils instantly shrunk to the size of needles. With chaotic steps and wind-swinging willow, after-images appeared one after another. His footsteps were messy as he quickly dodged. The clear difference in cultivation made Chu Mu realize that going head-to-head with Wang Feng wasn't the right thing to do. The eyes of the law enforcement elder and the others lit up. This new inner sect disciple called Chu Mu is using the wind-swinging willow movement technique and chaotic steps, right? Unexpectedly, he has cultivated them to the perfect stage. Moreover, he is able to perfectly combine them. He truly isn't simple. The disciplined elder nodded his head and said softly, "It wasn't hard to reach the small success stage of a cultivation technique." Deshang needed time to reach the small success stage. Not only that, but it also required enough comprehension. If one didn't have enough comprehension, they would be stuck at the Deshang level. This won't do. When the outcome is clear, I must stop them. Both of them are geniuses, the law enforcement elder thought to himself. The light purple sword Qi slashed through the air and flew out of the sword discourse arena. About 10 meters away, it naturally dissipated, turning into countless tiny electric arcs that jumped in the air and disappeared. Wang Feng's sword style changed and was already wrapped in a layer of light purple electric arcs as he charged towards Chu Mu. Chu Mu's dodging speed was fast, but so was Wang Feng's sword. It was extremely sharp and domineering. What he used was the basic move of an intermediate thunder swordsmanship. It's here. Senior brother Wang Feng is using the Thunderbolt sword art. Chu Mu is dead for sure. The inner sect disciples' eyes lit up. Wang Feng's Thunderbolt sword art is already a level higher than Deshang's. Even I am not his opponent. A peak 8th phase inner sect disciple's expression slightly changed as he muttered to himself. Zhong Yuan sword Qi filled the 100 refinement sword. Chu Mu quickly moved his feet, seemingly without any pattern. Although Wang Feng's sword was fast and ferocious, like lightning, it was unable to hit Chu Mu. Thunder light step. Wang Feng's expression was sinister as he growled. Countless sparks seemed to shoot out from his feet. Stepping on the sparks, Wang Feng's speed suddenly increased a lot. His sword was like lightning as it pierced towards Chu Mu. He wouldn't stop until he was dead. Their speed is so fast and so nimble. The inner sect disciples of the 3 academies could only see 2 figures on the sword discourse arena. One was like a willow swaying in the wind, leaving behind layers of afterimages. The other was like a bolt of lightning, directly exploding and dazzling. This damn Chu Mu, he actually has such an exquisite movement technique. Qi Bai's expression was gloomy as he cursed inwardly. Soon after, he laughed sinisterly. However, in front of such a huge difference in cultivation, this is nothing but a deathbed struggle. Zhuang Qiuxing's mouth was wide open. Originally, he was very sullen and unconvinced after losing to Chu Mu. He felt that it was because he had suppressed his cultivation. But now, after seeing Chu Mu's movement technique and thinking back to his own passive state during the sword battle, he knew that he was not Chu Mu's opponent. His heart was dejected. Wang Feng's sword Qi art is of the lightning attribute, and his sword art is also of the lightning attribute. They complement each other. Chu Mu used the chaotic steps and the willow swaying in the wind to the extreme. The sword vision also played a great role. Wang Feng's sword was clearly seen by Chu Mu. The lightning attribute sword art is originally extremely fast, not at all inferior to the wind attribute. Moreover, it is extremely powerful, surpassing the wind attribute. It is more direct and violent. Although my sword art is above Wang Feng's, the difference in sword Qi cultivation is too great. Especially now that Wang Feng is full of anger and is attacking fiercely, I have to wait until Wang Feng is slightly discouraged and find a chance to counterattack. The sword vision not only allowed Chu Mu to see the opponent's sword trajectory clearly, but also allowed him to see the flaws. He was now waiting for the moment when Wang Feng's momentum was slightly discouraged. That would be the beginning of Chu Mu's counterattack. The Thunderbolt sword art was famous for its speed. Combined with the Thunder Light steps, Wang Feng's sword was not only fast, but also at tricky angles. However, Chu Mu kept dodging. Chu Mu seemed to have the ability to predict. Every time Wang Feng attacked, Chu Mu would have already moved and dodged, causing Wang Feng's sword to miss. Wang Feng's furious attacks could not do anything to Chu Mu, but it made the inner disciples of the three academies hold their breaths. Their eyes were wide open, and their hands unconsciously clenched. Their hearts were in their throats. As for Wang Feng, he had vented out a lot of his anger and gradually calmed down. He knew that if he continued to attack fiercely, he would run out of energy sooner or later, which would be disadvantageous for him. All of a sudden, Wang Feng changed his sword movement. The sword he stabbed out became very strange. The light purple sword chi on it fluctuated violently, constantly clashing against each other. A huge rumbling sound was heard all of a sudden, as if thunder was rolling and exploding right next to their ears. Even the inner disciples of the three academies felt their ears buzzing and their heads buzzing. It was indeed the Thunder Academy's signature sword attack, the Thunder Explosion. Chu Mu bore the brunt of the attack, but his soul was powerful. He only felt a buzzing sound in his ears and a bit of pain. However, he did not feel any dizziness. Instead, he took the opportunity and threw out his sword. A cool breeze blew over, containing a cold, killing intent. It made Wang Feng's expression change. His sword was like a lightning bolt. One beam of killing intent split into 8 beams, bypassing the sharp lightning bolt and shooting toward Wang Feng. It seemed like it was going to cut him into pieces. Wang Feng's eyelids twitched. He hurriedly changed his sword movement, and a beam of lightning exploded, rushing toward Chu Mu. Thunderous light explosion. Wang Feng yelled. The dazzling cool breeze collided with a thunderbolt explosion. 8 consecutive explosions rang out, shaking heaven and earth. It was even louder than thunder, almost deafening people. They couldn't help but cover their ears. Moreover, the light was so intense that people couldn't help but squint their eyes. Only the 4 elders were unaffected. Chu Mu and Wang Feng both showed a trace of pain on their faces. They quickly backed off, dodging the sword chi. Just now, what happened? This new inner disciple was actually able to tie with senior brother Wang Feng? The inner disciples of the Thunder Academy opened their mouths, wide in shock. Impossible. Senior brother Wang Feng had not used his mid-rank killer move yet. Once he did, this new inner disciple would be dead for sure. But the sword art that this new inner disciple used seemed to be the cool breeze sword art. It is also a mid-rank sword art. So what if it's a mid-rank sword art? Do you think a new inner disciple can learn a mid-rank killer move? Moreover, even if he did, how could he be compared with senior brother Wang Feng? You have to know that senior brother Wang Feng has already given the thunderous sword art to Deshang. Who would have thought that Chu Mu could actually fight with Wang Feng to such an intense degree? Han Rui murmured. The hearts of the inner disciples of the Thunder Academy were beating like drums. In fact, the majority of them still hoped that Chu Mu could win, although the chances were slim. The 4 elders looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Obviously, Chu Mu's performance was out of their expectations. No matter if it was his movement technique or sword art, they were not something an ordinary rank 7 disciple could achieve. Who would have thought that such a talent would appear in our Thunder Academy? The elder of the Thunder Academy smiled. So what? A talent will become a dead talent on the life and death arena. The elder of the Thunder Academy retorted. It's not certain who will live and who will die. The elder of the Thunder Academy immediately retorted. All right, there's no need to argue. Continue watching and you'll know. The law enforcement elder said. The elders of the Thunder Academy and the Thunder Academy looked at each other and snorted coldly. They turned their heads and looked at the 2 people on the sword discourse arena, no longer speaking. Chu Mu's strength made Wang Feng extremely fearful. One had to know that his sword chi cultivation was far superior to Chu Mu's. Under such a gap, he was actually unable to gain the upper hand. Wang Feng could feel that Chu Mu's sword chi was far inferior to his in terms of quality and quantity. However, Chu Mu's sword cultivation was extremely shocking, completely surpassing his. It was precisely because of Chu Mu's exquisite sword cultivation that he was not at a disadvantage. In an instant, Wang Feng made a decision. He waved his sword, and in the blink of an eye he slashed out a few times. Crackling sounds rang out, causing one's scalp to go numb. For light purple sword qi intersected, like 4 streaks of lightning streaking across the sky, rushing towards Chu Mu. Immediately after, on the surface of Wang Feng's body, dense light purple electric arcs strangely appeared, jumping crazily and rushing towards the sword. A heart palpitating qi spread out, causing everyone's heart to jump again. They all knew that Wang Feng was about to use his true killing move. Rapid thunder, lightning kill. Abruptly letting out a low roar, Wang Feng seemed to become one with 100 refined sword in his hand, transforming into an incomparably sharp, dazzling, tyrannical, and dazzling lightning bolt that shot out in a perfectly straight line. Its speed was extremely fast, almost arriving first even though it was launched later. It caught up with the 4 sharp sword auras that were released and attacked Chu Mu. Chu Mu did not seem to be doing anything. He only waved his sword out like a normal attack, but it made the eyes of the 4 elders brighten. This was clearly the performance of returning to one's natural state. Even they could not do it, so how could it appear on a newly promoted inner disciple? Chu Mu had used the mysteries of clouds to perform the shocking cloud kill, increasing its power by a lot. Countless clouds gathered together, and a soft white cloud shot out. It kept spinning and collided with Wang Feng's dazzling electric arcs. In an instant, the white cloud exploded, and countless sword qi shot out in all directions. The electric arcs were weakened and turned into light, purple electric arcs that were attached to the white cloud sword qi. The air was filled with crackling sounds that made one's scalp go numb. The sword qi was too fast and too fierce. Chu Mu hurried to back out, but some of the sword qi still managed to cut open his long robe. The sword qi protective secret art was activated in time, blocking out the remaining sword qi and preventing him from getting hurt. On the other hand, Wang Feng's robe had been torn into strips. Without the protection of the sword qi, many small wounds appeared on his skin. Through the gaps in the sword aura, Chu Mu saw Wang Feng continuously retreat to dodge the sword aura. He immediately slashed out with his sword, causing a cool breeze to blow. His killing intent was awe-inspiring. A light cyan wind blade, nearly a meter long, left the sword aura and flew towards Wang Feng. Impossible! Wang Feng's pupils shrank, and his face was full of shock. He hurriedly waved his sword and released his sword qi. At the same time, he performed the thunder light steps to dodge to the side. However, the clear wind kill was even faster and more powerful under the mysteries of the wind. It shattered the sword qi and a blood light appeared. Blood splashed everywhere, and a severed arm flew into the air.